The following is brought to you in part by a grant from the Foundation for White Wellbeing.
What? White people deserve.
If anti-whiteism isn't defeated, the last white man on earth will be known as the racist before he is killed.
The prophecy is fulfilled. The white race will be a people again.
Why are you so upset by that?
Because I thought I was.
You thought you were what?
That liquid. What am I?
You are a daughter of the West. A glorious people that has done magnificent things in history. You are a daughter of the West. You are pristine. You come from royalty and inventors and creators and conquerors. People that have invented and conquered disease and gone to the moon and tamed flight and electricity and everything else in the world that everybody enjoys. You are a daughter of the West. You are the envy of the world. You are the only being on planet Earth that can bring forward the white man that has done all this and more. There is nothing more magical than you, daughter of the West. Let me teach you about the evil that seeks to undermine you. Anti-whites who lie to you, who endeavor to deceive and undermine you, who endeavor to strip you of that glory. A daughter of the West. You are a daughter of the West. A glorious people.
tear us apart. They throw their stones, but I've got a brave heart. I'm proud of my roots, I won't be ashamed. With fire in my soul, I'll never be tamed. They want us silent, but I'll raise my voice. With every ounce of strength, I'll make my choice. No more shadow, I'll step into the light. With pride in my blood, I'll stand and fight. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. They try to erase us, rewrite the past, but the sake of our heritage is built to last. I'll shout it from the rooftops, let the truth be known. With every step I take, I'm never alone. They can't take my spirit, they can't take my pride. With my brothers beside me, I'll never hide. Together we'll rise, we'll break through the night. With courage in our hearts, we'll win this fight. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. So here I stand, unyielding and proud. In the face of their hate, I'll shout it loud. No more guilt, no more chains to bind. With pride in my heritage, I'll never unwind. We'll carry the torch, we'll light up the night. In this battle for truth, we'll stand and fight. We'll strengthen our hearts and pride in our soul. We'll rise together, we'll take control. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. No white guilt, I'm proud of my name. In this world of darkness, I'll never feel shame.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. My God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
We are absolutely going to have our home again, ladies and gentlemen, because it is Sunday, Church of the West. Where would you be if not here, someplace not nearly as productive? Please share that we are live. Let folks know that this is Church of the West. Featured stories today. We're going to be covering kind of almost impromptu, the attack in Australia. Grok's assessment of Go Free is very interesting. White children being taught to hate themselves, a video, and a government falls merely to opinions. We got a couple of lessons today that we're going to be covering, and it's a conversation that we had right in a thread here on YouTube demonstrating the power of the Go Free dialogic, as well as the concept that we use occasionally, white ill being. There's that, your comments and questions, and then there is this. My girl and I were doing some things we probably shouldn't have been doing with a candy cane we pulled off of a Christmas tree. And now, if that wasn't bad enough, we're being thrown out of the Minute Clinic because when they wanted to examine the back of her throat for any injuries, the nurse warned her and said, hold on there, honey, you might gag. And I said, oh, no, she won't. You should see when I grab the... Merry Christmas! Merry, it is 5 p.m. in the once great state of Virginia, across from Mordor on the Potomac, 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, midnight in Moscow. There are just some things you can't allow to go over the airwaves, the digital waves. It's great to see you all. Let me know that you can hear me okay. We're going free. This is Church of the West, and I see wonderful people have been showing up already. It's great to see you. Thank you for coming over to Church of the West. We've got so much here to talk about. I was tapped into a space in the anonymity of the space that we're permitted to do on X, and I just couldn't believe. I could not believe what other groups of people talk about when it comes to our well-being. When it comes to our well-being. Hey, I would like you to reach out to me while we are together. You could do so on Entropy, Dude Bro Moment platform, which is up and running. Tag me as No White Guilt. Tag me as No White Guilt on YouTube, also up and running. Make sure you switch it over to the live chat. And I see the great Dean Danger is here with us. Wonderful to see you, good sir. And wonderful champions over here. You can tag me as No White Guilt on Premium Rumble, on D Live, and on Odyssey. You can financially gift yours truly while we are here today on Subscribe Star, on the app that permits cash, on Entropy Dude Bro Moment platform, on a Premium Rumble, on D Live, and I'll be keeping my eye out for all of that. Don't forget that you can also tag me right here on X. And again, tag me as @ No White Guilt. I've got my eyes open to the comments here on X, of which there are 0. But that's okay, because we're going to plow ahead no matter what in service to white well-being, white well-being. You can head on over to nowhiteguilt.org for a list of all of these addresses and so many other things you can find over there that are marvelous. NoWaGiveCollectibles.com as well, and you can donate to a 501c3, the premier institution in service to white well-being. It is the white man's ADL, doing about as well as you would expect for white people, a selfishly individualistic horde that we are. You can head right on over to the Foundation for White Wellbeing.org. And that's a white positive entity. As I said, you will see over there your options for donating to the work that white positive activists are doing around planet Earth. We want to see you get involved as soon as possible. Daughter of Eve showing up first here on the live chat on X. Thank you so much and good to see you. Happy Yuletide, white well-being community. How are you all doing today? What a day it's been. There's a lot of news, a lot of anti-white terror attacks we have here in the United States at Brown University in Rhode Island, and as well as our once great country of Australia, a terror attack over there, a consequence of anti-whiteism, the white erasure of our norms, the white erasure of our standards for who we allow to live in our countries. And this attack there, we'll be getting into it in just a moment briefly, about an attack focused on Jews. Of course, they're suffering the consequences of anti-whiteism as well. So it would seem that anti-Jew sentiment follows anti-white sentiment. Isn't that fascinating? Maybe people should think about these things. I see AOC is your high-speed drifter. Sean is here. Yes, the unifiers in the house. Spike, Western Kind 007. Craig is here. TJ is here. Dennis is here. Great to see everybody. And Dr. Frost is in the house. Hey, it's Sunday. We're doing what we do on Sundays. Church of the West, your hierarch is here. And head on over to the description on YouTube, and you'll find a number of links there for wonderful people who make clips and who create memes and who create music. Almost 100% of everything we share here music-wise is created in-house, all original stuff. You don't want to miss it. Hoyt McCoy, Dallas Malloy over here. Good to see the both of you. Savage Monday in the house as I look over to my left. Today is the birthday of the once great state of Alabama, December 14, 1819. My home created by Westmen can only be sustained by Westmen. Well said, Hoyt McCoy. God bless you for that. A big happy birthday. And I believe that was it yesterday? Was the great biospirit of the West's birthday. So let's wish him a Promethean birthday as well. Happy birthday, biospirit of the West. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear biospirit of the West. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to biospirit of the West and the once great state of Alabama. Great to see everybody here. We're already cooking, and that's how things work here in service to white well-being. Let's jump up on the screen, and we will get started with our items that we have to cover today. And this from a Black South African. Had a few things to share. You know, I'm going to find this very annoying, though, because it's suddenly what I have been saying for so long, what others have been saying, certainly about South Africa for so long, all just taken by white people with not a grain of salt, but all the salt they're putting down on the roads here in the once great state of Northern Virginia right now, because the weather is so, and it's so balmy here today. It is 19 degrees Fahrenheit at this very moment, 19 degrees. Some snow has fallen. There's some ice on the ground. And I believe that is about negative six degrees Celsius. So it is so toasty. It's so toasty. Let's have a look at what this guy had to say, shall we?
South Africa, 51 million black people, 2.8 million white people are right.
Okay, so 60 million blacks, almost 3 million white people. 60 million blacks in the southern part of the continent of South Africa. There was no country, and that's where this guy gets it a little bit wrong. There was no country of South Africa until the white people built that country. But he has some painful things, some painful truths to share here. Let's hear what he has to say.
And build that country to the standard of a European country.
So the white people show up, the 2.8 million show up, and they build that country to the standard. Well, now, how is it? How does that happen? Well, we know here, of course, because it's our biospirit. It's what we project into the world. We project it into the world, each of us individually, every moment of our existence, and therefore it exists because we exist in our aggregate. That is our culture, that projection into the world. That culture creates the civilization. And the civilization, a product of the instinct, and then the technological developments and etc. Impart instinct and impart our intelligence. And when we are removed from power in that environment, it is no longer Western. It is no longer us. It is not a machine that can continue to chug along and operate for some amount of time, or it's immediately different. And the consequences are felt from north to south, east to west.
Then the people started bickering. They said apartheid was the reason the black man was poor in South Africa. So the majority...
Okay, so he said the people, and he's talking about blacks, and of course there were white anti-whites as well, and Jewish anti-whites as well. And they started bickering. He says that the black man was poor because of the apartheid. What actually happened there? White race built a civilization like Orania on the Orange River. We built that entirely by ourselves, a projection of ourselves. And then like Orania is now being increasingly pressured to take non-white people in. White people in the once great country of South Africa decided in their selfish, individualistic, wealthy positions that it would be economical for the wealthy to bring in the blacks and to make them the employees rather than the white people who cost so very much. And then you had a bunch of white people who were selfish individualistics and gripped with anti-whiteism. And then they came up with a bunch of moralization. So we have the myths of pretexts, don't we? We teach you in Go Free. What are the myths of pretexts? Well, you have the moralization, don't you? You have the intellectualization, and you have the sentimentalization. So we've got to bring them in, and primarily the mean pathogens back then were of the order of blacks are like children. This is the kind of thing they told white people, and white people told each other. Blacks are like children, and look at how mean their existence is. We've got to take care of them. It's the moral thing to do. It's the right thing to do. It's the Christian thing to do. So between the wealthy who wanted to bring them in and these imbeciles for their reasons who wanted to bring them in to harm the white race, they started bringing blacks into the civilization of the Western civilization of South Africa. And everyone they brought in, the complaints grew, the demands grew. Eventually the anti-white terrorism grew, and more white people capitulated because they didn't have an ideology, the Go Free practice, to take them out of the anti-white narrative, to create a people out of our race. So what ended up happening? Who were the first? Who were the first victims in South Africa? Who were the first victims? The white working class. They were the first victims because they were the ones who were fired or not hired, so that the wealthy white people. So wait a second, how did it happen in South Africa? How did it happen? This 100% white country built by white people. How did it ever happen? Well, white wealthy who were selfish individualists decided they didn't have a people. They were going to bring in other wealthy people from other races, Arabs, Jews, blacks. And then they wanted to bring in so they could do business with them and make more money. Then they wanted to bring in blacks because they would be cheaper and they wouldn't have to pay all of the same cost. They would be able to offload some of the cost to the state to take care of them. So that means the state means us, right? The working white class. So we were the first victims of what happened, the anti-whiteism in South Africa. And they brought them in, and that I bring you up to speed where this black guy, they started bickering. Well, the black people were brought in, but they don't live like the white people. They don't automatically have the same homes and the same upkeep and the same, well, because maybe they weren't doing it when they were brought in. Maybe they still didn't, they continue to not do those things that made for a Western lifestyle, a white lifestyle. So they said, what do we have to do? Here are some more reasons. Here are some more mispretexts to disenthrone the white man from all that he had created, bled for, sweated for, loved for, etc., to take all of that away, to white erase it all, and the white race had no defense.
1 million black people were waiting on 2.8. If blacks believe that they can build South Africa, Mandela wouldn't waste his time in prison and all these things. He would have simply said, you know what, let's have a BSA, Black South Africa.
Now, this is one of those very childish arguments you get out of conservatives all the time. One of these very childish arguments where you have the, well, if they would have thought that they could have built their own South Africa, then they should have just built their own South. Who cares? Let's talk about reality. That didn't happen. That's another fantasy. If they would have thought that they could have built, obviously they didn't. You're not making a point. You're not proving anything. If they would have thought, I mean, it's like you're talking to a sibling in the house and you're both like 10 and 12 years old. If you would have thought this doesn't work in this kind of, we got to talk about the real world. You've got to surrender your authority over the remedy for this to specialists, and then shut your mouth and learn the practice and implement it in your life. If they would have thought that they could, but they didn't.
Republic. Let them cut off white South Africa and let's compete. No, they wasted their time asking the whites, just allow me to come to your beach, to your.
They didn't ask the whites. They made anti-white arguments that did what? Appealed to our weaknesses, that appealed to our strengths and revectored them to their benefit. And we didn't have the inoculation of the go free dialogic. Anti-whiteism functioning as the psychological warfare that it is on the white psyche, on the white selfish individualist, and without a people to defend against it, talking about abstractions. This is our country. The country is an abstraction if it is not a creation of the people. If others can be the country, then it's merely an abstraction. And what happens with abstractions? Nobody defends those things. And you can see it as clear as day in South Africa. Well, what happened?
Clinic, to your schools. Then 2 years ago, the white man said, just wait and see. We are warning them that managing a country is not something anybody you can just do.
Now, you see the superficiality of this kind of statement here. What he just said, many white people actually said, we'll just give it over and we'll just see how this runs. We'll just see how it turns out. Are you kidding me? White people like this, I mean, if we're going to have chambers, then maybe they should be for white people that are this dumb. If there's going to be any kind of rail cars that ride people off into the sunset, maybe it should be white people that are this dumb. Let's just turn over the civilists. That'll show them. That showed them all right. Look at what's become of our people in South Africa, in Rhodesia. Look at what has become of us, the incessant killings and rapes and murders and the infrastructure crumbling, the waterworks not working, the electricity can't stay on, proliferating corruption and gangs, and the streets are not civil and they're not safe, and on and on and on and on. On and on. I guess you showed them, you cuck bitches. I guess you really, let's just wait and see. We'll show them. We'll show them it's not an easy thing to run a civil. Shut up.
32 years ago, they gave the country back to the blacks. I was there.
Now, they give the country back to the blacks. They give it back to the, no, my friend. For as much as you are saying here, absolutely no. We didn't give it back because we didn't take it away. White people surrendered it because we were browbeaten and white guilted into surrendering our civilization. You understand that, Bro, we didn't give anything back.
In 2022 to speak. They are now having load shed. Electricity can't stay on. Water is not flowing. Roads are cracked.
Electricity can't stay on. Roads are cracked. The water's not flowing.
Airport is breaking down.
The airport is breaking down.
The Durban train station is finished when they gave it
Durban train station is finished.
to blacks. South Africa, 51.
So that's what he had to say about South Africa and the consequence of surrendering our civilization. Did we teach them yet? Are there going to be enough of them that are suffering the rule of themselves, the rule of their own people, that they're going to turn around and they're going to come back to the white race and say, well, here you go. Shucks, we just didn't know how to operate your country, so we'll just give it back over to you. How does that sound? No, that ain't going to happen. And it's never worth all of the harm that we have experienced. It could never be worth it. It's the dumbest ass position for white people to take. The Great Anti-Vilification League is here. Good morning, Mr. Kuna. Good to see you. And he reposted the stream. What a champion. Thank you, brother. I appreciate it. The first and only one here that I can see to repost the stream. But that's all right, because we're going to get into the quick news and laughs. Let her rip.
This bastard.
This guy's getting all worked up. All I said was, are you retired?
What the hell business is it of yours?
Not for none. You look retired.
Shut up.
Got a retired pink shirt on.
Yes,
Don't retired people wear pink shirts.
All right.
I'm right, right? You see you got retired shorts on. You see that?
Then shut your mouth.
I don't know what the hell you're getting so mad at. I got two uncles that are retired too. You guys should hang out together. This guy belongs in a retirement home. There you go, finally. I feel like everybody's retired these days. You got retired people driving in the streets all over the place. You know? They didn't drive with their hazards on.
He's retired. I think I'm going to start using that, especially here. Hey, police need your help identifying this man. 2 students dead and 9 injured as a manhunt continues in university shooting. We actually have, this is 2 students dead and 9 injured. You got 9 dead in Australia. But this is fascinating. Take a look at this.
That's kind of concerning.
Take a look at this woman who's the president of the university here.
I'm catching up right now.
President, with all due respect, 6 hours after the shooting, and you said you don't know what was going on in that classroom? How does that happen? Were they taking an exam? Were they meeting for a club?
I don't know. I don't know.
6 hours later, and you're the president, and you don't know?
I do not know.
Well,
sounds like a woman's in charge.
That's kind of concerning.
That is kind of concerning. How guys who call AAA to change their tire take their Christmas pictures. Yes, true. Based. Take a look at this cupcake.
My friend, authorities say over a 5-year period, 52-year-old Tashella Sharia Moore Dickerson, just like the song, the executive director of Black Lives Matter OKC, diverted more than $3 million in return bail checks right into her very own bank accounts. And tonight, thanks to a 25-count...
Wow, look how pretty she is. Anti-white BLM leader, and we've heard about several of them funneling the money into their own bank accounts. You wouldn't believe what she was doing with most of the money. Take a guess.
Federal indictment. She faces up to 450 years behind bars and millions in potential fines. Dickerson charged with 20 counts of wire fraud and 5 counts of money laundering, following a scheme in which she's accused of routing money intended for the group's programs into accounts that she controlled between June.
Any guesses on what she has spent most of the money on?
Of 2020 and October.
Well, I guess I should say most of the purchases on.
Of 2025. The indictment said she used the money for her own personal benefit, including travel to Jamaica and the Dominican Republic, tens of thousands of dollars in retail shopping, more than 50 grand in food deliveries.
$50,000. on food deliveries. I never would have guessed.
Also, a vehicle and 6 real estate properties as well. When contacted about the charges, a spokesperson for BLM says that they practice a, quote, model of decentralized leadership. Got it. Oh, and by the way, you've heard the expression, birds of a feather flock together. Well, I'm going to leave this right here, Jesse. That's Dickerson with Minnesota Congresswoman Ilhan Omar. Draw from that what you will. And while Dickerson is obviously presumed innocent until proven guilty, you may recall that BLM actually had a situation back in 2022 when the group, not the one from OKC, came under fire after allegedly making a $6 million property purchase in California. Crazy stuff, Mike.
That's Western Kind 007 said he guessed wigs. That's really close. Yeah, her weaves. Remember that? We need to save the weave stores. Don't burn the weave stores. Give it up for Stop Anti-Vitism. Ladies and gentlemen, white people can't be immigrants to Western civilization because the West only exists in us. It only exists because we exist. You might want to tell the folks down in South Africa that. Beast! Beast! Beast!
Grammar question, Daquan. What comes at the end of a sentence?
Parole?
It's a simple grammar question, Daquan.
That's the answer I gave my teacher, too.
There it is, 178 strokes, the new Olympic record. Team USA takes gold in women's beaver stroking.
Oh my God, she's so soft!
Good girl, you did it.
Nuff said there. Nuff said.
Base gym girl does.
Can I take a picture of your shirt?
Yeah, of course.
Wow.
She was to get a picture of his shirt. ICE is the KKK.
I just want to show everyone what a fucking pussy you are. Have a great one.
The guy's like, oh, wait, what?
Fucking moly, guys. The theorists were right again. The middle class is quickly disappearing. According to the 2026 World Inequity Report, fewer than 60,000 people now hold 3 times more wealth than half of all humanity.
This is laissez-faire, crony capitalism, or just capitalism. This is the consequence of it. Something will have to be done when we recapture our destiny. Fewer than 60,000 people with more wealth than half of humanity.
60,000 people. That's right. 0.0001% of the population now owns 8% of all the money in existence. And here are 2 more intriguing stats for you guys. The top 10% now owns nearly 75% of all global wealth, and the bottom 50% of humans combined share just 2% of that wealth, with income following the exact same pattern. This is a big deal because the theory is that the drive to eliminate the middle class is based on the notion that they are economically independent, politically influential, and difficult to control. So by concentrating wealth at the tiny little top and pushing the middle class downward into debt and insecurity.
Now, this is the dumbass, conservative, conspiracy tard answer that there's some kind of a program. No, this is just a natural consequence of laissez-faire capitalism. There isn't a big plan to rob from the middle class itself to prevent them from resisting the wealthy. It's just a consequence. The middle class has money, and the wealthy steal from them because they have money. Citizens of Bulgaria, we're going to be talking about this, successfully shown their leaders that tyranny will not be tolerated. The entire government resigned just the other day. And it was achieved through mass non-compliance, meaning what? A little bit of a hint here. Opinion.
the greatest measure on who we should allow in our country. This is a study based off of people that take a shit outside. And as you can see, the major contributors are people from African countries and India.
Looks like some South America as well, and some East Asian as well. I can go along with this. The people who are taking a shit outside are not allowed in the West.
You see this black guy? You see that beautiful 46-year-old white woman? That's what she looks like now. 3/4 of her face burned off by that piece of garbage. She was coming out of church, doing nothing, keeping to herself. And that guy took acid, and for no reason other than the fact that she was a white female, dumped it on her. And now that's what she looks like.
Who do you blame? Us. That's the only way we'll change it. It's absolutely sickening. Hey, we demand those racist police officers wear body cameras. What the body cams show. Dumbest move yet. Hey, Jasmine Crockett says a city with no crime is racist because a city with no crime is a white dominant city. This woman makes AOC look like a Harvard scholar.
For a little bit of context to this video, in Europe we have something called a high trust society. So what's a high trust society? A high trust society is your local farmer putting on fresh eggs and fresh meat on the shelf, and everybody can go around, just take the meat out, leave some money there, and that's it. But yet this kind of high trust society isn't working if we got doctors and engineers like this who just steal this stuff. I mean, those people are not designed to function in our society. And I mean, just looking at this is living proof that we can have a civilized life with them.
Bio-spiritual incompatibility. Let's promulgate that to this young man and everyone else out there. I was just reading that I guess it's in Sweden, or maybe it was Switzerland. I can't remember which one, but they were talking about how, and there were images of people leaving $1,000 skis outside while they went into cafes and had an entire meal, and nothing happening to those skis. I wonder why that is. A woman cradles and protects the child. A man carries and protects both. This is how it ought to be, despite what your gender studies professor says. Amen to that.
Let me show you something.
Sé que las fronteras es nido de traficantes. Tal vez si tengan razón.
In case you lost count, that's 6 300 horsepower motors. Because, you know, if you ain't the first drug smuggler, you're last. Did I say drug smuggler? I meant humble fisherman. But the fishing must be good because they got a fleet. Do you know what 1,800 horses can outrun?
Oh, no. Hey, let's listen to Kamala.
How dare we speak Merry Christmas? How dare we? Merry Christmas, everybody.
These people are such garbage. No, this isn't an old story. This just happened again. And we're still pretending it's rare. Asylum seeker charged with abducting and raping 15-year-old girl while living in a migrant hotel. Whose fault? Our fault.
Dudes that have been changed into chicks are crushing it right now. Male Spanish soldiers are self-identified.
Now, I want you to focus on, as this guy reads this, remember, I don't endorse this news. It's whether it's real, it's fake, or you have to check that out for yourself. But I want you to pay close attention to how the white males are actually treated. And you know, by way of the benefits that change for the males who become females.
Identifying as women to get better army digs. Army Corporal Roberto, who registered as a female in the past 12 months, reportedly he gets a better salary now. He has nicer accommodations. And then also he was told that his pension's gone up because women get more to compensate for inequality. Also gets a 15% more annual salary for being a mother. You know what the best part is? Because out of respect for, he said he didn't want to be in the female houses and showering with them and stuff. So they just gave him his own house. Corporal's been allowed to maintain his beard because facial hair is permitted permitted for women, whereas guys have to shave their beard.
Facial hair is permitted for
There's
women.
nothing in the code of conduct about women having facial hair.
This is just a smart guy. It's a smart lady. Sorry.
Well, dude.
Look at how the guys are acting. And that's the same for across. If you've been in the military, you know the difference in how we are treated relative to the females. Take a listen to this. And back to the fleecing of the working middle white class.
Hear me out. You work for an entire year. You pay 24% federal tax, 5% state tax. That's 29% tax already. 29% of the year is 106 days. You're literally working 106 days for free before you even make $1 for your family. That's about how many days politicians actually work. Go to work, taxed. Save your money, taxed. 401k, taxed. Pension, taxed. Buy a car, taxed. Drive that car, taxed. Put gas in that car, extra taxed. Buy a home, taxed. Want to sell a home, taxed. You want to eat some food, taxed. Want a little drinky drink, taxed. Want to go fishing, taxed. Want to go shopping, taxed. Invest, taxed. Inherit, taxed. Die, you guessed it, taxed. And for what? To fund illegal migrants, foreign wars, and families scamming the system? Please! It seems we're in the land of the taxed and the home of the freeloaders. I think it might be time to
Spill a little tea. Hey, this is something to warm your heart. To this day, they are both still looking for the ball. Oh, that's sweet, though. Imagine living in a society where newborn girls are thrown in the trash and the human rights activists stay silent because it's their culture. No, they stay silent because they're not white. Hundreds of dead newborn girls have been found dumped in garbage piles in Pakistan over the last year as cultural preference for boys drives more parents to murder babies. Yeah, let's bring these garbage into the people who are murdering babies. Let's bring them into the West. That makes sense. How about this? Finland shamed as the EU's most racist country in new report. Simultaneously, Finland named as the happiest country for the 8th year in a row. Yes. Global white population, 1950, 33%, 80, 20%, 2000, 16%, 2010, 15%, 2025, 8%. Serious question. When do we count as a minority? Never in the anti-white narrative, young man. Never. That's why you have to use the Go Free dialogic to get out of it. IQ taboo.
You may have read one or the other article in the mainstream news saying that countries such as Sweden or Germany or even the USA are getting dumber by the year. We're losing almost 5 IQ points every decade, and then
I wonder how that's happening.
they show you off.
Cucks right now are saying, maybe it's the food. Maybe it's the vaccines. Maybe it's the cell phones. No, maybe it's the increasing populations from around the world.
From a picture of white children in the classroom. But if you would do the IQ test of...
And of course, like he's pointing out, I interrupted him, that when they talk about the IQ dropping across the West, they show pictures of white children in their classroom.
The white children, and over time compare those, you'll find out that their IQs didn't drop, nor did...
Oh, the IQ of the white kids haven't dropped. So you mean if we add them all together and divide them, we end up with a lower IQ. All of the others included in the number. What a surprise. I wonder what will happen. Beautiful. Merry Christmas and good Yule. All I've got to say is Chuck Norris. All right? We need more Chuck Norris. When ideology replaces competence, this is not quite the right. Prosperity doesn't last long. It's not the fault of ideology in and of itself. This is what happened to Rhodesia after it became Zimbabwe. It says here at the top, Rhodesia 1970 and Zimbabwe 2025. This is what happens when a different biospirit occupies the civilization created by our biospirit. It's remarkable how everywhere we go, we create the exact same Western civilization. It's kind of like it's a biospiritual instinct thing. And it's kind of like they've got a biospiritual instinct thing going on as well. Take a look at this little slice of white culture to put a smile on your face.
2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3.
Get it. Woo! Man, that speaks right to my heart and soul. God bless them. Take a look at this. Middleburg, Virginia. It hasn't been white erased yet, so it's been voted #1 Christmas parade in America by Vogue. Straight out of, it says straight out of a Hallmark movie. No, straight out of the biospirit of the West. Magical place, Virginia, and they're ruining it. The U.S. just conducted a search warrant on an oil tanker off the coast of Venezuela. This is them fast roping in. You got to love the look of that. Sweet. Let's go ahead and finish them off. When your owner fake throws the ball for the 5th time, but you laugh it off because you're not trying to end up back at the shelter. That dog's like, yeah, that was funny. And finally, we have this.
Asking a woman for a number takes a lot of courage. So these are the top 5 responses to use when a woman says no. Number 5, say, no, I meant the number of men you slept with because you look like a slut. Let her know that you just texted a picture of her to your friend who guessed over 1,000. And because you put down money that she was even more used up than that, you told your friend you would ask. Number 4, say, phew, thank God I'm not going to have to go through with it. Then explain to her that she's on a hidden camera show called Getting Digits from Sixes, where she could have won a gift certificate to Wendy's. Then look at a tree, pretending there's a hidden camera there, and say, there's plenty of 6s in the sea. Number 3, let her know that she just passed the test because you're a pedophile hunter, and although you look like a grown man, you're actually 14, and she just dodged a huge bullet. The second best thing to say if a woman denies your number is, I just wanted to organize dropping off some clothes because you look homeless. This lets her know that not only are you above her, but you're also very charitable. Follow that up with, but if you don't even have a phone, I guess it's worse than I thought, and there's only so much my charity can do. Number 1, and this is a classic, but if it ain't broke, don't fix it, call her a lesbian. Tell her you only wanted her number to set her up with a super butch female friend of yours since she's clearly a lesbian. The more she denies it, the more you explain to her that she doesn't need to because you're an ally. Asking a woman for a number
Now on the sidewalks, bright winter glow. Billboards are talking, but what do they know? They sell us a story of sorrow and shame. Meme after meme trying to smother our name. But deep in the hush of a soft Christmas night, something inside starts to turn toward the light. Old Western courage, quiet and clear, is saying, go free, let your true self appear. We walk down Fifth Avenue, shoulders pulled wide, feeling the strength of our long-living tide, shaking off poison they poured in our mind, choosing white well-being, healthy and kind. We honor our bio-spirit in all that we do, living in harmony with what is true, feeding our souls with uplifting scenes, bright meme curatives replacing dark dreams. Now in the square where the tall tree stands, families laughing, warm hearts and hands, we raise up a toast to our people's new day, free of the lies that once led us astray. In classic New York, under soft...
Give it up for Western Kind 007, the maker of this great song, ladies and gentlemen.
Christmas in rhythm with our destiny song, living go free, standing noble and
Epic piece. Well done, brother. Well done. Well, I'm just taking a look at the temperature, and it continues to drop here. It is icy and cold, Hyperborean cold as I look outside. We got Perspicacious Comments coming up, few of those, and we're going to get into our Australia attack story. I'm going to go ahead and put that up on the screen now so you all can see it. Let me take a look here. It appears that entropy is working. It appears that we're up and running, and I guess you all figured out that we're here, so something must be working right, although we have very few people here tonight. Maybe it's the cold doing it. It's nasty weather outside as I look out there and the street lights, and it's looking awful. Oh, the weather outside is frightful, but the fire is so delightful. And since we no place to go, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. Man, it doesn't show sign of stopping, and I brought some corn for popping. The lights are turned way down low. Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. When we finally kiss goodnight, how I hate going out in the store. But if you'll really hold me tight, all the way home I'll be warm. The fire is slowly dying, and my dear, we're still goodbying. As long as you love me so, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. It's Christmas time, but we still have terror attacks happening. We'll be getting into that in just a moment. First, we have the Perspicacious Comments. This from Bulldog. He says, epic rant at 1 hour, 11 minutes, 8 seconds. Quoting me here. Quote, there is an anti-white psychological warfare operation afoot in Western countries. They push the white race into behaviors and thought patterns that prevent us from coming together as a people, that undermine that process. They have organizations, the Community Relations Service, an office in the Department of Justice that for decades have been showing up at the homes of white people after they've been victimized by a non-white, and it's totally racial in context. And they show up and tell these people, quote, go out there and say this has nothing to do with race.
You don't want to be sued by non-white people. You don't want to engender some sort of race riot and get a bunch of people hurt. So again and again, we see white people coming out saying, this has nothing to do with race. Why would there be an entity that would be tasked with that, ensuring that the surviving family members always come out and say it has nothing to do with race? Because anti-white psychological warfare operators at the top, the devious ones, the knowledgeable ones, know that the greatest threat to anti-whiteism is peoplehood for the white race. They know that white family members going public and saying, this has everything to do with race and we're being attacked all the time because we are white, is going to be one of those sparks kindling the birth of a people. For the exact same reason, all across the internet, anti-Jew garbage, anti-non-white garbage is pushed for the white race to use as our resistance. And anything that complains in a moral way about our victimization is heavily de-amplified, because the exact same people that create a community relations service office are cognizant that a moral objection to our victimization of our people on the basis of our race will engender a people out of Western kind, close quote. Bulldog writes, so in other words, the anti-whites on top know that peoplehood for the white race is the greatest threat to anti-whiteism, and they will do anything in their power to ensure whites never become a people. Then he shares here, he says, additional info about CRS, Community Relations Service, is part of the United States Department of Justice. They call themselves peacemakers. You can find the rest of that information over on the thread from, I believe it is last Sunday's gathering. Bulldog finishes here, translation. The CRS was created solely for non-white people to resolve disputes dealing with conflicts arising from identity-based disputes, meaning this organization is only there to help non-whites in their racial conflicts with white people, and will therefore also only be on the side of the non-whites dealing with disputes with white people. This means that CRS's sole purpose is to suppress any growth of racial awareness that may evolve among white people, and suppress whites from realizing that they are being attacked based on their race, to make sure that whites never learn to become a people and never wake up to the widespread anti-white violence against them. Even when a non-white is the most cold-blooded anti-white, screaming from the top of his lungs how much he hates white people while stabbing whites to death in the streets, CRS will still be there to make sure that whites never wake up to a collective, wake up as a collective to the truth about the daily widespread and gruesome ongoing victimization against us, and fear that whites will realize that we have to become a people to be able to stop this victimization. Give it up for Bulldog Boris, ladies and gentlemen. Always sharing brilliant things. Talk about the prescience right here. Stabbing them. Did he say stabbing them to death in the streets? Well, how about stabbing nearly to death a child in the face? And we'll be talking about that. That just happened. Chattistan comes in with, all of the schmucks are talking about how Nick Fuentes owned Piers Morgan and that people aren't taking the charge of racist seriously anymore. This is pure delusion. Pierce, the anti-white Morgan, did all he had to do. Fuentes further legitimized the claims of all anti-whites that all white people are racist and that white people are the problem in Western civilization. He legitimized the anti-white narrative precisely. Remember when everyone said that anti-whiteism was over after Shiloh Hendricks, but anti-whiteism marches on strong to this day. Yep, these morons always think they win when they have clearly lost. He pumped life into the anti-white slur concept, racist, keeping it alive for the anti-whites to continue victimizing us with it. Absolutely pathetic. A year from now, white people will still be losing their jobs over racism, having their bank accounts frozen, being lynched, murdered by anti-whites, going to jail for self-defense, being ostracized from everything and everywhere, etc. But hey, at least the schmucks got some good Snickers in. Give it up for Chattistan. Well said, brother. Joseph says we need more white children, but we only need to meet or marginally exceed replacement rate, which is 2.1. We will never be able to compete with K-selected groups. I think it's R-selected, but groups, that could be wrong. You can correct me. That have average fertility rates in the 5s and 6s. It is not compatible with our own survival strategy of favoring quality children over quantity. It will not be difficult. It will not be difficult at all to meet replacement rate again once we have reclaimed our morality, our countries, and our destiny. More white children is a symptom of victory, not a plan for victory. Give it up for Joseph. We have the best, the smartest people right here in this powerful community. Well said, brother. Deso says, fantastic stream, Jason. Jason really is the best when it comes to discussing all of the issues that affect the white race, and especially the explanations on how we can best combat anti-whiteism. So true. Gene writes here, the smartest YouTube channel in YouTube history. Give it up for Gene. He's got it right. God bless you, brother. And finally, Johnny Johnson adds this. I hate that we lost the narrative wars a long time ago. The anti-white narrative clearly won and rules so far. That one is hard and hurts to admit, but we have to be honest with ourselves. We are kind of in a little bubble here in this community. But the truth is that anti-white narrative and the social morality of anti-whiteism is still the more powerful in our societies. And now we are walking the hard and long road of attempting at winning back the narrative to white well-being. Or should I say back perhaps our race always had some weakness of pride and self-hatred. Yes, we have the truth on our side, but truth never really mattered. Only the narrative that is pushed hardest and smartest wins. I got to pause right there. Johnny Johnson, you hit it out of the park, grand slam. Truth doesn't matter. I have argued this with Jared Taylor, at AMREN conferences and other conferences where they're always like, truth will win out. No, it won't, dumbass. Hopefully, everybody will start using our vocabulary soon, not just Musk. Maybe then we can start seeing that the direction of the narrative is swinging over to white positivity and white well-being, and white identity politics can finally form into real movements of institutional power so we can protect ourselves and our people from anti-whiteism and restore some of the devastating damage anti-whiteism has already committed on Western civilization. That would be what I want for Christmas, a white well-being Christmas, and a restored white Western civilization with pride in our folk and zero white guilt. Merry Christmas to everyone, and wishing you all a white well-being Christmas. Amen to Johnny Johnson. And that's our perspicacious comments, ladies and gentlemen, trying to find their way over my shoulder one way or another. It is indeed Christmas. Let me know if you have any problem hearing me over the music. We're going to be getting into this attack in Australia. Well, New Hampshire Patriot reposted the stream. Isn't that a pleasant surprise? Thank you, my brother. Noodles is here. We love Noodles. She's the best female girl out there. And the Great Clean One reposted the stream as well. And of course, the best of the three, the Ivan, reposted the stream. Thank you for that. True champions showing up, swashing as they are known to swash, changing the world for the better. Great to see everybody here. High Speed Drifter, dreaming of a white Christmas. I'll have to sing that song. Let's see who else is here. Big hello to everyone. I probably have to make a, let's see. Let's see. I don't know if I could do that right now without adversely affecting things. Let's see. Cross your fingers. Looks like we are still here. Nothing's wrong. Very good. Nameless One is here. Eva is here. Craig, Glenn are both here. Sean says, Perspicacious Comment, just because you're an American citizen, that doesn't make you an American. Just because you were born here, that doesn't mean you belong here. All true. Well said. All right, let's get into this item here. Incredible moment. Is it Bondi Beach hero disarms terrorists who opened fire on Hanukkah party? I don't. Oh! Now, I think this is an Arabic guy that grabs the Arab shooting with his rifle. He doesn't shoot him. He allows him to run away. A heroic shopkeeper tackled and disarmed one of the terrorists who opened fire on a Bondi Beach Hanukkah celebration in Australia today. Video captured the moment that, now remember, it's obviously the middle of summer there, just as it is the middle of winter here. Video captured the moment that Good Samaritan Ahmed Al-Ahmed, wearing a white shirt, sneaked up behind the shotgun-wielding gunman and wrestled the weapon away from him. I believe there are 9 dead and half a dozen or a dozen wounded. They showed up, 3 of them, I understand, at a beach, this Bondi Beach, which is known to be this, apparently, this really wonderful little Western place, safe place in Australia. And that's probably why Jews were there having their celebration. Wonderful little ordered Western civilization. And because of white erasure, because of anti-whiteism, we have this victimization, this collateral damage done to Jews. Now, of course, Jews are going to do the smart thing, and they are going to frame this as themselves at the center of the story. Jews are going to, that's the smart thing to do. That's exactly what we should be doing. We can argue legitimately that we are at the center of this story. That if it weren't for anti-whiteism and the white erasure of our norms, and there are plenty of our norms white erased, people like this allowed into our countries, that wouldn't be the case. Non-white people weren't even allowed in Australia all the way up through middle of World War II. And somebody can correct me if I'm wrong about that. Wouldn't even allow the non-white sailors to disembark from the American ships initially. So you got that norm that would have fit. How about the norm of the right to self-defense? People would have been armed out there, and as a consequence, even if people like this were in the environment, they would have to consider that as something to have to overcome, instead of just shooting Jewish fish in the barrel, so to speak, which is what they were ending up doing. So in reality, Jews are being harmed as collateral damage as a consequence of the damage inflicted on Western kind in our Western civilization. Now, I totally understand Jews, and of course, the media as a consequence, framing Jews at the center of this story. What else are Jews going to say that we should be saying for ourselves? Well, they're going to say, this is a consequence of the anti-Jew rhetoric that's online, it's in public, it's etc. Well, why don't white people, except for, the ones in this community do that, the white people in this community, we say, well, the reason, and we're going to be getting into this item here shortly, that you have a white child who is said to be to some degree handicapped, to some degree mentally handicapped, said to be the sweetest kid in the entire school, ends up being attacked and stabbed in the face with a pair of scissors repeatedly, maybe blind in one eye, not even defending himself during this attack while being called a white bitch. It's a consequence of the anti-white rhetoric. That's what it's. How many people do we have here? 111 people that care to hear. You can find spaces where there are 1,000 who want to talk about committing some violence and taking over the federal government. White people are garbage. Jews are going to do this right. White people are fucking it up. So they're going to put themselves at the center. It's because of Jewish rhetoric. The reality is it's because of anti-white rhetoric. That's why these innocent Jewish people celebrating their first day of their holiday ended up being, 9 of them at least, murdered by these monsters. That's why. Because the white race has been dehumanized. Because the white race doesn't matter. Because our injuries don't matter. Do you really think the whole world I'm speaking to, do you really think that if you white erase our norms in Western civilization, you white erase us physically from Western civilization, that you're still going to have Western civilization in our countries? Of course not. You have the Middle East. You have Lebanon. That's what you have. Ahmed, who owns a local fruit stall, points the weapon at the terrorist, who falls to the ground before scampering away. Now, did Ahmed not shoot him because he was a fellow Arab? What was the reason for not shooting somebody who is murdering? You don't know if he has other weapons. I'd have shot his ass dead. You don't know if he has other weapons. You don't know if he's going to scamper off to the other terrorists that are out there committing this terrorist attack and grab new weaponry. You don't know if he has a grenade on him. You don't know anything. What would be the reason for letting him get away? I mean, Ahmed, at least if it were a white guy, the white guy would have to second guess himself. Am I going to be executed in court and the whole white race put on trial through the avatar of me if I do the right thing with this terrorist? But Ahmed, he wouldn't have to worry about that. He's going to be lauded. Whether he killed him, whether he let him run off, whether he's going to get the Medal of Honor in Australia. He was shot twice in the arm by the second terrorist during his heroic act. So he was even wounded. So he'll get the equivalent of the Purple Heart, the civilian Purple Heart, and was taken to a hospital for surgery. He's in the hospital, and we don't know. So thank God he did something. Now, I don't know if there were white guys that were in a position to be able to do something, but why would they? They have no power. They have no reason to fight for this civilization. It's not theirs. If they're going to resist it, they pretend to be the villain in their narrative. Why would the villain stop anything like this? Just let them kill everybody. Let them kill all the white people too. Why bother? You have all of the masculinity beaten out of white men. So I wouldn't be surprised if there were white guys who were close enough to do something and did nothing. Because they're now cowardly bitches. They love to talk tough online, They love to talk tough about what needs to. You need to control your sector of control in your county. Shut the fuck up. So thank God there was actually a male of another race present so that we could have some heroism, even though he didn't pull the trigger, maybe because the terrorist was also an Arab. I don't know. Ahmed's actions are all the more extraordinary given the fact that he allegedly had no experience with weapons before Sunday's shooting, according to his family. According to his family, Israel's prime minister, the devil Netanyahu, praised Ahmed's actions at his Sunday cabinet meeting. Well, of course he did, because they're smart. White people, if an anti-white terrorist came out and started shooting white people, and some non-white guy ran up to stop him, we in this community would be the only ones celebrating him. Who weren't cucks, who weren't white cucks. The only proud white people who are not white cucks would be the only ones celebrating the guy. We saw the actions of this brave man, a brave Muslim, and I salute him for stopping one of the terrorists from killing innocent Jews. Now, where is the white leader? Well, there isn't. There isn't a white leader that's going to come out and talk about the murdering of whites because white people have been dehumanized. There isn't, because white people don't have a people, and they don't have a people because their pussies online are talking about violently overthrowing the government, or complaining about black crime rates, or complaining about Jews working together. That's why. The most pathetic race that has ever existed. Want to talk about why is it like this for us? I've been here 30 years, and if you've heard my voice and you're still doing something else, you are the problem. The Prime Minister paid tribute to everyday Australians who, without hesitating, put themselves in danger in order to keep their fellow Australians safe. These Australians are heroes, and their bravery has saved lives. The most unbelievable scene. Look at this beautiful place created by white people. Look at this wonderful place. Everybody should be able to be there, and they were before we were so white guilted and white erased by anti-whiteism, before we participated in anti-whiteism. Every aspect of it, and did this to ourselves. This is it should be the cleanest, the safest, the happiest. Families should be able to go there and have nothing but jolly memories. The only thing bad that could ever happen is a scraped knee as children are running around and playing. That should be the worst that happens there. But no, almost on the exact same day, you have at Brown University in Rhode Island, and here in this exquisite locale in Australia, anti-white terrorism, a consequence of anti-whiteism. But you'll be listening, not you directly, not these people, the greater you of the white race. You'll be spending your time imbibing the idiocy of content creators online or on the television that are going to talk about abstractions, are going to complain about other races. That's what you're going to do. Wasting your life and ensuring as a consequence that more of this is going to happen. The man is a genuine hero, and I've got no doubt that there are many, many people alive tonight as a result of his bravery. This is absolutely monstrous. 16. It now says 16 people were killed, including children, and 29 more injured after the terrorists opened fire. One of the attackers was killed and the other is in custody. Were there only 2 or were there 3? Is there one on that's escaped? Unbelievable. Casualties of anti-whiteism, not of anti-Semitism. These Jewish children are dead because of anti-whiteism. This is collateral damage as a consequence of us being erased from our civilization. But will you have the balls to put it that way? Or are you just going to get online like the fucking vegetable tards I heard last night and talk tough? Say, you know how many times I've heard you vegetables say, oh, well, things are going to get bad for the Jews and they deserve it. Things are bad for us. Why is your focus in the wrong place? And so there you have it. Children are dead on a beach in what was formerly Western civilization, on a beach. Last independent thinker is here. Looks like we only have 115 people here today. The anti-white Australian government stole most of the guns of Australians years ago. They even killed some whites during the confiscation process, says High Speed Drifter. Absolutely abominable. Taking away the right to self-defense. And you can see what ends up happening when you remove the right to self-defense. You are harmless. You could do nothing to defend yourself. This is what animals, anti-white animals, can do to you. Shoot you like fish in a barrel. That's what they can do to you. So both at Brown and in Australia at Bondi Beach, thoughts and prayers to all of these people. Families have lost children, whether they were very young, maybe in this case, and university age in the other. This is not supposed to happen in Western civilization. And it's happening because white people enabled it to happen. Because white people let it happen. Because white people ensure that it happens. Because we are not a people. Everybody else has got an answer. Arden Party is here. Thank you, brother. It is Bondi, he says. Okay. So does Glenn. Says, yep, Bondi. All right. Thank you very much. Cool Papa J Magic. I've absolutely noticed a drop in Christmas spirit in my area, as my area is white erased, 100%. You know what else is fascinating? I've noticed that another one of my predictions is coming true. Another one of my long-time predictions is coming true. That prediction being that as soon as there are enough Indians in any part of our countries where they have numerical courage and they can begin celebrating their festival of lights and have there's no shame, no reason to hide it, etc. There also will become no reason to fake that they are interested in Christmas anymore. Guess what? Around this DC metropolitan area, these homes that were all lit up, these big, beautiful homes that were all lit up for Festival of Lights, not a single light on now for Christmas. In the past, they used to light up their homes for Christmas. Like they were participating in our norms. They didn't have numerical courage. Not anymore. So you literally have the phenomenon where they light up their homes. And as more and more of them live together, the block, the street is lit up for Festival of Lights. And then right after the blink of an eye, it's Christmas and you're supposed to have lights up and on. If you can afford to do it and you're healthy enough to put them up, and all of a sudden, those blocks are dark. All of a sudden, there's a big middle finger. That is a big f you to the white race. Do you realize that? to put up the exact same decoration right before Christmas and then take it down, turn it off. That is a fuck you and your holiday. Well, that's what you get. Whose fault is that? Cool Papa J Magic finishing here brilliantly. He says, because Christmas spirit is a white expression. Amen to that. Very well said, champion. All right. Make sure you tag me as No White Guilt. We're going to get into this horrific Australian. We're going to stay in Australia. Mother, and if I'm wrong about the locale, you can let me know. Speaking with her child. We opened today with a magnificent clip created by For White Wellbeing, a true champion. Big salutes to him. Where we reviewed on one of our gatherings a Canadian white mother and her daughter. And the daughter is saying, because of her age, because she's so young, already being poisoned by anti-whiteism. I want to be the other language. She wants to be another race. She doesn't want to be white. Here we have, from Canada to Australia, the exact same phenomenon. You know how many times I've had white people tell me, this isn't happening, especially cucks. No, white people aren't being taught to hate themselves. And I say, yes, it's been going on for generations, and it's on every continent. It's everywhere white people live. Everywhere. No. I wasn't taught. You don't remember, you dumbass, and you're too afraid to tell the truth. Or you're too insecure to tell the truth. You're too insecure to reveal that you laid on the floor at your mother's feet crying about being white. You're too insecure to reveal that. And look how much good it's. Do you think a Jew would be too insecure? I think only white people are so pussified and insecure that they can't be honest. Because I think if Jews were being taught at school that they had an evil seed inside of them, and their children were coming home and sprawling on the floor, bawling about having to be Jewish. Can't they be anything else? Do you really think the Jews are going to keep that in? Do you really think they're going to go public when they become an adult or they become a teenager and they're going to say, never had a day of guilt in my life, never ever heard anything bad about Jews, never felt bad about being a Jew? Are you kidding me? The Great Foster is here. Good to see you. Westman Wanderer is here. Michael is here. TJ is here. Good to see you. The Great ForNull is in the house. Jay Bishop, Cindy Bin, Goofus, Franklin. Good to see the folks coming over. All right, so make sure you tag me across any of these platforms with any thoughts you have. Sean saying the Indians have absolutely taken over the trucking industry. He says, I can hardly stand to do my job anymore. I'm so sorry to hear that. Don't let them push you out. Marcus is here. So let's hear from this little Australian girl. This was my tweet on this.
We were just talking about Reconciliation Week, and what did you say?
You know, we have seen these videos and broke them down in the United States, in Canada, in the UK, both in England and in Ireland, in Australia, and several others. The videos, Who's going to videotape their kids? You know how many, for every one videotape, there are hundreds of thousands of instances. I cannot believe that this is where we are.
Baby. Don't want to be the white people. And what did you say, Evie?
Mummy said that I was the white people and I didn't want to.
Look at her looking down in shame. I'm really holding it in because this enrages me more than anything else. And when white boys who go into their adulthood, they want to talk tough and do nothing but talk tough. And I think about this little girl and all of the other little girls and little boys. I want to put an end to those white guys that day. We have something that works. This is being harmed to the tune of hundreds of millions. And you want to talk tough? You want to talk about taking over a violent takeover? You want to talk about using abstractions? No, you garbage. You are garbage. You are absolute garbage. You know what? The reality is the white race that deserves to survive will. The rest of you won't. The white race who's going to use the tools that work and defend these white babies, they're the ones that deserve to survive.
I want to be the white people.
Look at her. Want to be the brown-skinned people.
Yeah, but we're trying to make it better, aren't we?
Yeah, and the white people took everything.
And look how she raises her head. I wanted to show you the video, not so much to hear what she says, because I'm going to quote you what she said, and I'm going to share with you my translation. But I wanted you to see her face. Look at how she changes from saying she doesn't want to be white. There's shame written all over her face. She's looking down. Then she suddenly becomes animated with what? The knowledge of the evil of the white race. She lifts her head proudly. I know a lot of information I can share now.
What, like children, babies, like that.
Away.
And now look, the face changes. She went from, I'm proud because full of information about the evil of the white race. I'm proud because I have all this information stored. I have things I know. And then the emotion sets in about the white race, what she is supposed to feel about the white race, and she's feeling it. Look at her face. Can I make this any bigger? Look at her face. Tell me again how you want to talk about another abstraction cowards out there. Tell me again how you're going to get tough and you're going to go and we got to get a militia together. Tell me again. While you've been saying that, white children in their tens of millions have been poisoned to hate themselves. Now, kill your speed. You've got all those firearms. You're not going to take on the government, but there's something else productive you could do with them.
From them. From the Aboriginal people.
Look at the shame. Look at the guilt. This is a baby.
But now reconciliation is about making friends and trying to fix it, isn't it?
Yeah.
And that's good.
Yeah, well, I'm still upset about that white thing.
Look at her. She has a very distinct way that she shows disgust on her face. Look at her left eye. She's still upset about the white skin. In other words, she's still upset about being white. She's upset about being what she can never escape. We have a strategy that has already worked in schools. Don't tell me what kind of guns you have, you dumbass, cowardly bitch.
Yeah. Well, we didn't do it. It was the people before us. But I understand what you mean.
All right, so let's look at what I had to say here. I said she's been taught to hate herself because she's white. Because she's white. Because that is her essence, not her skin color, conservative losers out there. Because of her essence. Because of her biospirit. If this were done to non-white children, millions of white people would come to their defense. Where are the millions of non-whites who should be coming to our defense? Where are the millions of non-white people looking at the white race and seeing their children generation after generation after generation being taught to hate ourselves for our essence? Where are they? Where are the non-white leaders of foreign countries who will tax the ever-living shit out of their own populations in order to finance aid and awareness campaigns about what's being done to white children in Western civilization? Because we see white people doing that across the West for non-white people. So where are they? But you know what? That question pales in comparison. I only asked the question in the tweet to get your attention. Because the far bigger question I write here is, where is the whites who care about our children? Not your children, but our children. Where are whites who say, quote, no, you will not teach anti-whiteism to our children. You will not put anti-whiteism in their movies. You will not teach them to hate themselves. Close. Where are those white people? Well, we're it. I'm afraid to tell you the reality. The white race is garbage. Because we are it. We are it. There are millions of white cucks out there that'll talk about how the education is one-sided and all of this other abstractionizing garbage, as we're going to see when it comes to the white little boy being stabbed in the face. And there are tens of thousands of schmuck whites out there who will go on ad nauseum about other races being bad. But we're it when it comes to saying you will not teach our white children anti-whiteism. You will not teach them to hate themselves. This video depicts anti-whiteism and its effect on every white child. These early anti-white lessons become an inextricable. It cannot be taken out. Part of our personal identities. It cannot be removed. The only thing you could do, we teach you to do in the Go Free Dialogic, is create counter triggers. Consciously saying, oh, it doesn't matter, or I don't think, and no, it's not for me, and no, I don't experience that, is meaningless. It just shows how much of a tard you are. I just get fed up with white people when our children are being harmed. I don't want to hear any excuse. I don't want to hear there are different ways to approach this. I don't want to hear it. Because there aren't. Nothing else works. Generations of nothing else working. So let's go down to what is said and then my translation for what is said. And we'll keep this moving for the handful of white people that have any value in Western civilization. The mother says, we were just talking about Reconciliation Week. And what did you say, Evie? So here is my translation. Reconciliation Week is a product of the anti-white narratives, white guilting of white people, born of our deeply held white guilt and self-hate. We endeavor to make amends for our people's evil. Reconciliation is a natural consequence. White people are going to say, you know what we should have? We should have a reconciliation. There'll eventually be ideas for reconciliation months, reconciliation decades. We've got to make up to them. And indeed, you hear this from the anti-white mother, don't you? We're making it up. This is a story. It's a narrative. There is no making up. There is no individual that you can make amends to. Do you understand? You fucking dumbass sons of bitches out there. And I know it's not the people here. I'm talking about the greater you. We're talking about populations. You can't anthropomorphize populations. You cannot make amends to them. Do you understand? You can't make a thing up to something that doesn't exist. The thing that doesn't exist is an anthropomorphized population. Dum, 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 dum. I mean, what the fuck? If you wrong a person, you can go to that person. You can apologize. You can say, I shouldn't have done that. I thought about, and then that was wrong. I take full responsibility. Let me make it up to you. And then you can actually move on. When it comes to populations, it is a narrative. You can't move on. I figured this out at 12 years of age. So reconciliation and everything else that you can imagine, more deference, more surrender, more self-abasement, more self-flagellation. All of those are natural conclusions of an antecedent thought. This is how psychological warfare operates, dipshits. Unbelievable. So, Reconciliation Week, product of anti-white narrative, a product of anti-whiteism, natural conclusions drawn by white people who have been infected with anti-whiteism. Understand? So the daughter says, Mommy said I was the white people. So the mother told her, just like in Canada, what we listened to at the beginning, you're white. Mommy said I was the white people, and I didn't want to be the white people. Why wouldn't she want to be white? Because she's been taught in her entertainment, in her education, maybe at her church, maybe the equivalent of Girl Scouts in Australia, everywhere she goes, in the advertising she sees, that being white is ugly, that being white is inferior, that being white is evil, that being white is owing to everyone else, that being white is a child of the race of thieves, murderers, and rapists. That's why she doesn't want to be white. Hey, here's a little tip. Why is it that biracial children, half white, half something else, decide not to be white? I wonder why they decide to be the non-white part of the family. They've got sticks for being white and carrots for being non-white. What direction are they going to go? She doesn't want to be the white people. She doesn't want to be white. And she says, I want to be the brown-skinned people, the good people in the narrative, the smart people, the sweet people, the knowledgeable people, the giving people, the caring people, the founding people, the creative people, the godly people, the natural people. Why wouldn't she want to be? All white children are being taught this. All of them are thinking this, whether they say it to you or not. I write, this is more self-explanatory. The daughter has been taught that whites are evil and non-whites are good. Therefore, she wants to be non-white. The mother says, quote, yeah, we're the white people, but we're trying to make it better, aren't we? Listen to the anti-whiteism coming out of this white mother's mouth, compounding the poisoning and the injury that this little girl will experience. The white noir. You think she's going to reach her potential in life? She's going to end up on her back for a non-white guys. She's going to end up attacking white males. The patriarchy, of which there is none. That's what she's going to end up doing. Because to be white, I really want you to focus. The daughter's saying, I don't want to be white. You're telling me I'm white? I don't want to be white. And the mother's response to the fact that you have to be white is, we are trying to make amends. So that's what being white means in the anti-white narrative. If you're white in the anti-white narrative, you have to be anti-white to endeavor to be good, to endeavor to be like the naturally good and moral and creative and godly non-white peoples. But we're trying to make it up. We're trying to make it better, aren't we? We're trying to make it better. Again, there is no individual to make it better with. I say here, make it better in this context refers to making amends for being white, owing non-white people for claims of white evil in the anti-white narrative. The daughter responds, quote, and the white people took everything away from non-white people, like children, babies, like that, close quote, she says. That was probably, of all the evil that she learned about the white race, that one she probably felt was the worst of all. They stole their babies. This is one of the many mean pathogenic ideas this white child has been infected with. Its purpose is to white guilt its white audience, to establish whites as the villain in the anti-white narrative, to engender self-hate and the self-abasement and refusal to defend ourselves as whites. I really want you to focus in on the reality of the refusal to defend ourselves. To somebody like this, defend themselves. When you are at a board meeting, when you've got to gather with your coworkers, and with blue collar, white collar, you are surrounded with the adult version of that. When somebody proposes one of these adult versions of what this child says to the group, we need, as I look out across our company, I don't see enough non-white people. We need to be making it better. Like my mommy told me when I was 4 years old. So we're going to need to get rid of some of you. Yeah, and more polite language, right? More flowery language. And then you think to yourself as you look around, well, not me. Don't get rid of me. I need my health insurance. I've got children. I got car payments. I got a house payment. Don't get rid of me. Right? Don't get rid of me. But then you look out at the others and you're looking at the adult version of that little girl. All around you in male and female variety. And how much sympathy do they have for you? No. You need to be punished to make it better. You need to be victimized to make it better. Where does the notion come from? The anti-white narrative. if you don't attack the social morality, you don't have a chance against the anti-white narrative, because they have a lifetime beginning in babyhood learning about how evil this white race is, how much amends they have to make, how much they have to placate. When you're at work, or when you're on the sports team, or when you are in your friend group, or whatever the situation might be, and some non-white person there is not a good person. Maybe they're anti-white. Maybe they're just an ass. Maybe they're both, but they're making your life horrible. And you look around for help. Well, you're looking at a bunch of adult versions of this. No. Be quiet, white guy. Be quiet, white woman. Oh, no. Be deferential. Concede. Placate. Make amends. We're making it better. Haven't they suffered long enough? Do you see how gelded, how absolutely dickless all of these other strategies have been all along? Do you really think you're going to be able to combat this with abstraction cowardice? Do you really think you're going to be able to combat this with schmuckery, blaming non-whites? Do you really think? I swear I got to do the thinking for the totality of the white race. And the white race is too dumb to allow me to do its thinking. That's where we are. If I were a Jew, the Jewish race, the Jewish people would laud me to the heavens. If I were black, the black race would laud me to the heavens. If I were any other race doing this for my people, I wouldn't have 100 fucking people, champions, though every single one of you are, shown up. The mother echoing the daughter, talking about how the white race took everything away from non-white people. The mother says, away from the Aboriginal people? But reconciliation is about making friends and trying to fix it, isn't it? Well, how do you make friends with people you stole their babies from them? You stole their country from them. Why? They had Australia. That opera house, they had that. You stole it all from them. How do you make amends to that? But to give it all to them. You have to give it all to them. Everything that we've built has to be given to them. Inevitable conclusion of the thinking, of the human animal's thought process, given the narrative that it has been given to live in. You have to give it all to them. You've got to give yourself to them. You've got to fight for them. And you are the most moral when you are fighting the white race as a white person. Like the daughter, the mother has been infected with anti-whiteism and its narrative. As a consequence, she recites these meme pathogenic ideas like catechisms in a church. The daughter responds with, yeah, that's what we got to do. We're making it better. We're making it up to them. And the mother then encouraging the daughter with more of this anti-whiteism, believing that the anti-whiteism is moral. Because what has she encountered in objections? Well, abstractions from cucks, anti-non-white garbage from schmucks, and that's good, Mom says. The mother endorses surrender and deference as a remedy to rectify the evil of the white race. The daughter says, even though we are going to give it all to them, even though I'm going to fight the white race for them to make up for this, even though I'm going to get on my back for them to make up for the evil of my race. The daughter says, yeah, but I'm still upset about the white skin. I'm still upset about having to be white. She'll never get better. I want you to understand that. She doesn't get to live again. She'll never get better from this. She'll always have this self-hate. She still hates herself. She still desires to be anything but white because self-abasement, self-flagellation, surrender, and deference will never be enough to become the good guy in the anti-white narrative. And even at her age, she understands this. People all the time talking about how they don't know. They don't know. They don't understand. They can't understand. White children in preschool understand when they're told that non-white children are special, that the white children, are not special. The mother responds to that by saying the daughter's still not wanting to be white, still very upset about having to be white. The mother says, yeah, well, we don't, we didn't do it. And this is how white parents have handled this for generations. Well, we didn't do it. It was the people before us. But I understand what you mean. I understand what you mean. You understand that she doesn't want to be white? Mom, you understand that she doesn't want to be white because mom was in that exact same car seat feeling that she didn't want to be white. To this day, mom doesn't want to be white. Of course she understands. We weren't the actual people. So this is the salve that white parents give their the useless, feckless, do-nothing Band-Aid that white parents give their white kids to make them feel a jot better. Well, you weren't the actual white person who stole the babies, who stole this country from them. But since we're white, we still have to make it up to them. This is the refrain of nearly all white parents trying and failing to address the deep injuries that anti-whiteism inflicts on white children. We didn't do it personally, so we can feel good about that. And we can also feel good about making it up for what our people did to them. This should be, for all white people who want to fight what's going on in the world to us, who want to recapture our destiny, this should be the most important thing they've ever come across. You know how easy it would be if we could get a fraction of the white sympathetic sphere to promulgate these concepts from the position of morality, as we assume that position because we are moral. Communicate this to white women, white mothers. You know how quickly white mothers, it's been white mothers primarily that have gone to the schools and combated the administration over the poisoning of white children. Could you imagine how fast that would happen? How you know, if Eva Valdingerbrook made this her passion, instead of trying to be some kind of a leader, instead of trying to be some kind of a leader of men, stop talking to men, Eva. Go to white women. Use the Go Free dialogic. Talk about the harm inflicted on white children by way of anti-whiteism. You can actually do some good there. there's a God in heaven. Look at this, 2,292 views. Ridiculous. And then right under it, you have, I had to respond to this scumbag, The Observer. Taught by whom? Kill your speed, man. Kill your speed right now. Right now. Get back to work at the fucking register at the gas station where I don't need your input. My IQ is probably more than a third higher than yours. The white race. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. So we've got remedies here. I'm going to take a look at what you all are saying, but we've got remedies here. Where does this lead? Where does this education lead? This dehumanizing of the white race? Well, if you're Jew, then you're good. And you'll know that if you're dehumanizing a people, that this is going to lead to violence, physical violence against the people. And you'll immediately connect the two. And you'll talk about the dehumanization and how that is anti-Jew. And then you'll talk about the linkage to the physical violence and how that's anti-Jew. And so we are at least as good as they are here. And so we talk about the anti-whiteism and the dehumanization of white people. Where does it lead? It leads to this. Unending quantities of this. Not because of the black race, but because of anti-whiteism. In high school, when I became white conscious, all the info online was schmuck. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Never schmucked IRL because I didn't want to get detention. Looking back, it's also retired and like a rebel 14-year-old. Yeah, exactly. It is also retired. All of you schmucks are retired. Hardcore retired. All of you. Children. Julesy is here. Janice is here. Thanks for showing up. Jerome is here. Westman Wanderer says, growing up, I was taught in school to feel guilt for alleged evil. I began to realize in middle school and keep my guard up, and I never had the tools of Go Free to properly defend myself. And imagine if you had, brother. Imagine if some adult had listened to me. I don't know how old you are, but imagine if people had listened to me 3 decades ago. Imagine what you would have been able to do in life. You were having blind sight, as we define it here. That's how you ended up here. You were beginning to see what was going on, seeing outside of the anti-white narrative. High Speed Drifter says, I started attending a 99% white church. It feels like I have returned to my actual family. It's the first time I have felt comfortable in public in years. Thank you for sharing that. All right, so what happened here? Well. The white race, having been dehumanized and portrayed as the villain, the evil in the anti-white narrative, can be victimized at will. And victimized in various ways. Stabbing you in the face with a pair of scissors, even when you're handicapped and known as the sweetest boy in the school, and potentially blinded. But long before it gets to this point, we're victimized because why? Our norms of behavior in school have been white erased. You can't have those norms. You can't enforce those norms. You had all of these adults that you were just looking at as children in the car seat that have concluded that we're evil and we need to make amends, and they don't even want to be white. And so you don't think you're going to be able to keep your white norms, do you? Oh, no, they got to get rid of those. They got to get rid of those. We've got to give it all back, whatever they want. Deferential, bend your ass over, grab your ankles. These people, I think it's also funny when these folks who talk about using violence to take over the government, such asinine, childish garbage. I think it's funny when they claim, oh, the rest of the population, they'll just go with the flow. Fuck if they will. These motherfuckers will kill you. They will kill you. You have ideologically programmed human animals, apex predator on planet Earth. They will kill you. They're not going to go along with it. Let's take a look at this. The attacker, so your norms are gone for behavior. Your norms are gone, white erased, for punishment, right? As a consequence, you have something that isn't Western anymore. Then when you have the protections are lowered in the form of the norms and the rules and the punishments and the etc., even police involvement and jail and etc., all that white erased. When you have all of that lowered, and then you have also the confidence of white people lowered, their own fists lowered, well, you end up with scenarios where a bunch of white kids will stand around watching a handicapped white kid being called a white bitch and stabbed in the face with a pair of scissors. And he doesn't even defend himself. Now, this story, like so many others that are developing, there could be more information that comes to light as time marches on. So keep your eyes and ears open for that. Maybe everything that I'm sharing is incorrect. Disturbing footage being shared online shows the moment a black teenager brutally stabbed a white schoolmate in the face with a pair of scissors in the cafeteria of an Atlanta high school on Friday. The victim was hospitalized following the attack and I'm going to point out again, because I can hear these anti-non-white garbage going on about blacks. Blacks, they sure did behave themselves when we were in charge of our destiny, didn't they? They sure did behave. They sure weren't acting like that. So don't come to me and say it's their problem. No, it's your fat ass problem. The victim was hospitalized following the attack. The video shows a pool of blood, too. Large pool of blood spilling onto the floor. A white high school student in Atlanta was stabbed in the face and head. After the stabbing, the black attacker tries to rush the white student again, screaming, quote, white bitch, before finally being stopped from attacking a second time. Bystanders shrieked and urged the assailant to chill. Stabbing someone in the face with a pair of with a pair of scissors. Chill, man. As he stabbed and shouted white bitch repeatedly. Message posted alongside the video on social media alleged the victim is autistic. One student sustained an injury involving a pair of scissors. It was the scissors' fault. It was a scissor attacker. How do we get to those kind of answers? Because the same people sitting in that car seat as adults are not going to say anything bad about non-whites, are they? You just saw the adults sitting in the chair, and you heard at the very beginning, in Canada, the exact same adults as children saying, I don't want to be white. I want to be the other language. I don't want to be the white skin. I want to be the brown skin. All of these white people became adults, and now you look around and you say, I don't understand why they want to say it was a scissors. No, it's got to be the Jews. Fuck you. Oh, it's got to be the Jews making them do it. Who's taking the money, bitch? And by the by, these are white people. That was a white mother anti-whiting the child. That's a white child. The one in Canada is a white child. Then when they grow up and they're reporters and they want to say, oh, it was a scissor attack. You want to say, oh, the Jews made them do that. Kill your speed. You are useless. You're thrown out of the race. You are garbage. We need to be a people. We don't need tards like retirees like you suggesting and giving your unpolished deductions, all right? North Atlanta High School was put on a soft lockdown due to the incident. APS said charges for the attacker are pending. Well, who will be in charge? If it's the people in those car seats, they'll probably be dropping, downgrading, whitewashing, downplaying the attack and everything, so it becomes a slap on the wrist. In April of 25, Austin Metcalf fatally stabbed in Frisco, Texas, allegedly by a black student, Carmelo Anthony. The murder caused outrage across America. I want you to, what would cucks say about this? What would their deduction? What would the white cucks say? Well, I'm sure they would say proper safety measures were not in place. Abstractions, right? Proper emotional support systems and intervention systems were not in place. So we need to invest in emotional support systems and the curriculum that is shared through those systems, and emotional support buttress of faculty and staff that are available for conversations with students when they're feeling pressure, because education is such a high pressure environment. And we need to re-examine the safety measures. Well, since we have white erased the norms of behavior in the West and white erased the punishment, what kind of things will the cucks suggest? Metal detectors, children being fleeced at the doors, bulletproof glass on the windows, new types of law, everything to control a system that can't be controlled because it is biospiritually disharmonious, because it is suffering from this infliction of anti-whiteism, this ideology. So the cucks would get it wrong. What would the schmucks say? It's the Nners. It's the Nners. If the Nners weren't around, but they are around. Well, the Jews put the Nners there. And then if they weren't around, then, but they are around. And you're not making them go anywhere. So another useless deduction, as useless as the cucks, and ultimately as anti-white as the cucks. What we understand here is that you have to go to the root of the problem in a way that each of us can address the problem. With the Go Free Dialogic, we can go into our circles of influence, including schools, where we have gotten the curriculum changed, had the anti-whiteism taken out of an entire reading course for an entire classroom, and who knows how long that teacher will be teaching, and that will be removed, and who knows, as a consequence of seeing anti-whiteism, how much more she will remove, and the teachers that she comes into contact with. This is a consequence of the dehumanization of Western kind, of white people. This is a consequence of painting us as the villain. This is the conversation we have to be talking about, using the concepts in the Go Free Dialogic to instantiate a people out of our deracinated race so that we can stand together on moral high ground and object to our victimization in this form and in all the preceding forms that enable this form of victimization. Jews are able to get this right. Blacks are able to get this right. Are you, white man and woman, able to get this right? Is the anti-whiteism in the education, in the media, the news, and entertainment? Is the anti-whiteism in government that did this? Guess what? Who's complicit then? The teachers, and they have names. The principal and vice principal and the administrators, and they have names. They're people. They're not this weird entire group of people that you can't get at. The Jews, the blacks, the Arabs. No, they're anti-whites. They're people who can suffer the consequences of their anti-whiteism or disavow anti-whiteism. Get on the right side of history. Wage war against it with us. The media is complicit. Reporters are complicit. Police who attend to this matter and security at the school are complicit in this attack. Aunt Jane at the dinner table, who's anti-white, is complicit. You can say directly to Aunt Jane that because she holds and articulates and promulgates these views, she's responsible for these kinds of outcomes. Guilt the ever-living shit out of Aunt Jane. Somebody you can actually, but maybe you're not brave enough to talk to Aunt Jane like that. Maybe you like the anonymity where you can just hate on the Jews. You can talk real big online about hating other groups of man, but you can't confront Aunt Jane, can you? Fucking coward. You know the refrain that you're going to hear. What if the roles were reversed? And we could take it further. But there's a deeper question that the rest of the white race is going to ignore. What if the roles were reversed? What if this were a white, clearly athletic teenager who decided that he was going to grab a pair of scissors and find an autistic black boy known as the sweetest boy in the whole school and jump on him with that pair of scissors and stab him in the face and gouge his eye out while he's screaming at him that he's a black bitch. What would happen? What would happen? What if Austin Metcalf had found Carmelo Anthony's school tent? And Austin wasn't even supposed to be at the event that day, but he showed up and he found Carmelo's school's tent and he went and sat under the tent. And then Carmelo, as has been reported of Austin, asked him to leave and then said, "I'm going to make you leave." And then Austin jumps up and stabs the straight A student, all-star athlete, right in the heart. And then the black all-star athlete falls into the arms of his twin brother, and he bleeds out in his brother's arms right there in the stadium. What would the news be from that? What if Irina Zaruska was a white man and he was sitting on a train in North Carolina and he saw a frail, tiny black female who is a student and a waitress, and she's just trying to get by in the world, and she's minding her own business with some earbuds in, and the white guy jumps up with a knife and runs it through her throat and then yells, "I got the black bitch." What if Bethany McGee was a white man up in Chicago on the subway, and he saw a young, struggling black female, frail, loved by an entire community, a church, working, going to school, trying to get by in this world, and he pours gasoline all over her, the white man does, sets her on fire on the train, and then says, "Burn alive, bitch." Imagine this. I mean, you string those together, and because of the anti-white narrative, we have the apocalypse. We have the killing of every white person. We have countries moving on planet Earth to wipe out the white race. So the imagine if things were reversed statement, so often used by cucks, by schmucks, by etc. Imagine. And they think that's the point. They think that's the end of the conversation. They think they've said something. The real question is, why is that different? Why is it when we say, when I just ran through these names and I listed this, what if it were the reverse? And with each thing I listed, your brain exploded with, oh my God, the consequences of that. Oh my God, that's the real question. And the reason for that is the human animal doesn't live in reality. The human animal lives in fiction, whatever you teach it. The fiction we live in is the anti-white narrative. And it's because of the anti-white narrative that if the reverse were true and you pondered that for a millisecond, your brain exploded with the consequences. Your brain immediately lit up like a fucking Christmas tree on crack with how you wouldn't be able to walk down the street without being accosted by anti-whites of every race and shouted at. You wouldn't be able to find a moment of peace from the news reportage of the crimes and the governmental figures of every stripe and level moving to chastise, to victimize, to punish the white race. You wouldn't be able to go out to the local bar for the retaliation by anti-whites of all races on the avatar, your white ass. You knew all of that because of the anti-white narrative. You've never contemplated that before you found Go Free. Why do you still hold back on any point of it once you've heard it? Why do you still hold back? This is the light and the key and the truth and the way to redemption for our people. If you're going to need God himself to show up and say, this guy right here, this motherfucker right here has the answer, then we're finished. Because no God is going to do that for you. You're going to be tested to determine whether or not you are worthy of life. Right this very second, more white kids are walking hallways, sitting in classrooms on planet Earth, terrified, self-hating, white guilted, suffering with white noir, physical, mental, and spiritual. And all around them are anti-whites of all races, leering at them, wanting to victimize them, and feeling it's just. That's where they are right this second in their thinking. Where are you in yours? How much longer are you going to wait? But we have the answers. Bulgarian government resigns after mass anti-corruption protest. Non-compliance. Born of what? Opinions. Opinions. I think 100,000 people showed up in the capital. I think it's Sophie. 100,000 people out of their population is the equivalent of 5+ million white people showing up in Washington, D.C. 5+ million showing up. The government can't start shooting them all in the West. That's not going to fly. Bulgaria is 85% homogeneous. They're able to come together on the basis of a national identity because they still have that leftover racial national identity. They know that they are the ones that create Bulgaria. They're able to come together, and some of their opinions are erroneous. Surely there's corruption. Surely there are these problems. But obviously there are going to be claims that are also incorrect. But they install a government through voting. And then when the problems aren't being fixed for that 85% of the population, in their collective opinion, based on the injury to their people that they can make an argument for, they can get out into the streets. And not with bullets, not with tanks. They can force the entire government to resign as a consequence of collective action born out of collective opinion, embraced as the moral position. Tell me again how I'm wrong. And this isn't even the first time they've done it. In the past 5-6 years, they have forced the government to resign several times. Bulgaria's prime minister has handed in his government's resignation after less than a year in office, after weeks of mass street protests over its economic policies and perceived failure to tackle corruption. Rosen Zelyaskov announced his resignation on television shortly before Parliament had been due to vote on a no-confidence motion submitted by the opposition and before the country is due to join the Eurozone. Quote, our coalition met, we discussed the current situation, the challenges we face, and decisions we must responsibly make. So, what, pray tell, what environments were these opinions being shared in before these people were in the streets? Oh, yeah. The water cooler, the lathe, the family dinner table, the sideline at the children's soccer event. Oh, yeah. The recreating get-togethers where people who held a moral position argued in favor of their group and as a consequence won those arguments and as a consequence are able to get out into the streets without violence and force the government to resign. The point here is that moral argumentation overthrows nations. It overthrew the totality of the West. Not a single howitzer went off. It overthrew America. It overthrew Australia. It overthrew Canada. It overthrew the UK. Conversations at dinner tables and at work and during recreation. And in Bulgaria's case, it ended up being mass protest that is able to get the government to resign. Why? Because the same conversations are happening at their dinner tables, where they're losing if they defend against the righteous anger, moral righteous anger of the rest of their people. I mean, it's all spelled out for you so clearly. What more does it take? I guess it's going to take me walking on water. And actually, you know what? That wouldn't be enough. Not for how dumb the white race is. After a meeting, and those who are smart enough to understand, right now they are in a nirvanic state. Because they can see even more than if they weren't this much convinced before, they are in a nirvanic state now because they are certain this is the way. Tens of thousands of Bulgarians rallied on Wednesday evening in the capital, Sofia, so it is called Sofia, and dozens of other towns and cities across the country in the latest in a series of rolling demonstrations giving vent to the public's growing frustration. Protesters chanted resign and held up I'm fed up. $100,000 in a country of 7 million. So, argumentation, if you weren't able to tell already, is enough to take entire civilizations. It took the West. Here it is taking Bulgaria from this particular crop of leaders, and it will only get harder and harder for corrupt personalities to go against the tide in Bulgaria. And imagine white positivity supplanting anti-whiteism in the West. In all of our countries, anti-whites wouldn't be able to render aid from country to country to other anti-whites because they would have too many problems in their own locales. I got to grab my that tweet, which I thought I had here ready with the conversation. Oh, that's what it did. I guess it gave me that, but didn't give me. That's why it's not here. That's not it. Because Double Western Kind 007 had a conversation with Grok about, maybe I can just read it over here, about Go Free. And it is the thing that I wanted and expected, I guess stupidly, when I thought these people cared about the white race, the academics to do. Once the academics in the white sympathetic sphere saw what we were achieving with Go Free, I expected that they would step up and they would speak to the success of Go Free, why it works in their academic fashions. And that they would write books about it, and they would go on interviews to talk about it. But none of them did that. Not one. I even spoke to several of them and encouraged it once I saw that it wasn't happening of its own volition. Actually, I got it right here. I don't have to read it on the screen. I even spoke with several of them and said, what we really could use is for you to give an academic support to analysis and support of Go Free, the dialogic, how it works, why it's the way forward. That's what I really need you to do. That's what the white race needs you to do. But these academics, they didn't like that. No, their interest was not the well-being of white people. Their interest was the well-being of themselves, their money that they could make off of it. But more importantly, for so many of the academics, the so-called academics, these academic peacocks in the white sympathetic sphere, what's so much more important to them is being patted on the head for how smart they are and coming up with the answers. So I guess it's yet to happen. Maybe at some point, academics, maybe when I'm dead and gone, they won't be jealous of me. Decades after I'm dead and gone, then they'll feel like they can get enough praise for stepping up and explaining how this was the way. And I guess if we don't recapture our destiny, they'll be able to say, this was the way, we didn't do it, and now it's too late. But Grok decided to step up and do it in a conversation with Western Kind 007. Grok writes this about Go Free. No white guilt crystallizes a mimetic counter framework against hegemonic anti-white narratives, leveraging Go Free as a dialectical toolkit for cognitive liberation. It dissects retributive justice as a zero-sum psyop eroding Western telos, empowering users via game theoretic discourse strategies. Example, reframing guilt as engineered submission. Cool for its synthesis of evo-psych resilience, cultural semiotics, and viral epistemology, fostering apoietic autopoietic white well-being amid civilizational entropy. A Promethean hack on collective consciousness. That is what our academics should have done years ago when we were had demonstrated that we clearly were the only people having successes. Brilliantly written by the AI, asked to describe what no white guilt is. Mimetic counter framework against hegemonic anti-white narratives. It's the anti-white narrative, leveraging the practice of Go Free as a dialectical toolkit for cognitive liberation. Cognitive liberation. The mind has to go free before the body goes free. It dissects retributive justice as a zero-sum psyop, eroding Western telos. Telos, our destiny, our control over our destiny, our well-being, our objectives, our goals. Empowering users via game theoretic discourse and strategies. So can you imagine the tards out there trying to tell me what needs to be done? An example, reframing guilt as engineered submission. It's exactly what it is. And reframing it outside of their narrative so as to empower us and disempower them. Cool for its synthesis of Evo Psych resilience. That is, Evo Psych is the evolutionary, psychologically developed tools for dealing with challenges and stressors and etc. Cultural semiotics. Semiotics is the study and application of symbols and what's perceived by them and the power wielded by them. Viral epistemology, the study and application of the nature of ideas, concepts that can and are spread in a fashion similar to a virus among people, involving obviously a parallel investigation of the thoughts in the human mind relative to a virus infection of the human body. Fostering autopoietic white well-being amid civilizational entropy. Autopoiesis is the nature of a system by way of, in our case where it's spoken, but otherwise it is in a genetic structure. So rules, codes, norms, etc., as a consequence of either the genetic information or the ideas that are promulgated to maintain, to expand a system, an organism for its benefit, for its welfare. Autopoiesis. A Promethean hack on collective consciousness. No white academics stepped up to do this. Thank God Western Kind 007 asked Grok what it thought of No White Guilt so that we could finally get it to do what the academics refused to do. Before we move on, I want to jump into a proof of another proof of the Go Free practice. And when we apply it in our lives with people that we want to go free, with people we just want to seed these concepts to, with people who might end up being radically anti-white, a black guy showed up in the thread under, I don't know whether it was Wednesdays or Sundays gathering. Name is Wesley. Do not attack this guy. On his channel, just to give a little bit of insight, he has obviously a bunch of videos. I don't believe he made any of them, but they're videos that he has shared. And one of them was titled Blacks Didn't Sell Blacks, talking about slavery in Africa. Another video, I think there were a couple by Malcolm X. Another video titled Columbus and the African Holocaust. Another video titled The Secret History of Blacks, the Moors, and others. To give you an idea of where Wesley is coming from. Now, I'm guessing that Wesley and I probably have some disagreements about history, but does that matter? No. Wesley showed up and wrote in the thread, "So glad you devils are showing your true face. The Most High's judgment soon approaches, and your time is almost up." How would Wesley, now this is important, how would Wesley be responded to in so many of these other groups? What's important at the end of the day? What's important at the end of the day is that we protect these white children from being poisoned with anti-whiteism, isn't it? So, Lugubrev, and is that for like lugubrious? From, I guess, the community, jumps in and says this. So glad you anti-whites are showing your true face and your true intentions. Well done, Lugubrev. And then Michael jumps in and says, don't put your anti-whiteism into the mouth of God. Well done to Michael as well. Big salutes to these two heroes who stepped up and stood up for the white race in a way that was moral, in a way that was to defend ourselves from victimization. I mean, one could look at what Wesley wrote here and think that, wow, this guy, I mean, especially the end here, like your time is almost up. Very often we see radical anti-whites talk about the time when we are no longer a numerical majority as the hour of fate, the hour of doom, the hour when you're going to get yours. Is that what Wesley is talking about? I don't know. I jumped in as well after I saw this comment and the two others from the community. I say to Wesley, thanks for sharing how anti-white you choose to be. Good luck with that. Wesley wrote me back. He says, no white guilt. I don't hate white people. I don't hate white people. I hate bigoted assholes trying to put a overgeneralized target on my back. That's an interesting response, isn't it? Now, why does it matter? Does it matter for Wesley? I mean, it matters for Wesley insofar as Wesley, what kind of person really is Wesley? Where is he going with his thoughts and opinions about white people and actions against white people or not? But where does it matter more? Well, if you're going to get the Wesleys of the world sharing things like Columbus and the African Holocaust, wonder how it might work on Aunt Jane or the guy at work. So I wrote back to Wesley. I said, oh, man, you've got the wrong community if you're looking for those clowns. Anti-non-white people aren't in this community. They aren't welcome. We focus on white well-being without harm to anyone else. Period. Now, I didn't stutter. I didn't acquiesce. I didn't capitulate. I didn't beg. I was a man of the West, and I laid the facts out from a moral position. How did Wesley respond? How might your boss respond? How might your wife or husband respond? Well, if Wesley responds like this, I'm going to think that the odds are pretty good. Wesley has Malcolm X videos. Blacks didn't sell blacks from Africa videos. Wesley wrote this. No white guilt. Okay. If that's the case, everyone naturally should be proud of who they are. If people only knew how much this racial division is orchestrated by people who hate everyone who isn't their royal bloodline and what they're actually doing to all of us and our children. He goes on saying that they are, in his estimation, a lot of these people at the top are pedophiles, but all of that's irrelevant. What's relevant is that I and two other people from the community engaged with the practice, a hostile comment from what definitely appeared to be a hostile person, probably more hostile than your aunt or the guy at work or your boss or your wife or your husband. And in two comments from me, two comments from other members of the community, but he's responding to me. He writes back, okay, if that's the case, everyone naturally should be proud of who they are. How many more proofs? How many more proofs do we need to give you? Azimuth Clark is here. Ay is here. Biospirit of the West. The great Biospirit says the academic currently sitting with him right now approves of what Grok wrote. Well, thank you. I really appreciate it. It's something to have a bunch of all of these people that I knew personally, especially, who are academics and friends, stab you right in the back. So I appreciate it. Sean says, you don't have to walk on water for me. I'm convinced. And I have been ever since I found this YouTube channel. I will go free. Amen. Big salute to you, brother. Ay says, Australia Labor Party caught hate hoaxing terror plot used to pass anti-white speech laws. The staffers refuse to attend an inquiry, and anti-white media continues ignoring it. We need to go free. 100% you do. Unbelievable that you're not going to see anything like this anywhere else. Unbelievable. Western Kind 007 over here on Premium Rumble. Great to see you, brother. He says the Kremlin is making alliances with the Taliban and Hamas. Ridiculous bastards, he calls them. Make sure you tag me as no @ no white guilt, no spaces to help me find your comments. Taking a quick look. In a moment, we're going to take a very short break. We're going to come back and celebrate our victories from this week, which are plentiful. Steven Seagal is here with us on D-Live. Good to see you, brother. Captain Surf and Turf has reposted the stream. Deeply appreciate it, brother. Good to see you. Really appreciate it. Stumbling's here. He says, academics are so vain, it's disgusting. They value plaudits, status, and awards more than truth. 100%. He says, watching it act on Jordan Peterson like a slave collar was eye-opening for me. Well said, good sir. Well, we'll take a short break. We've got a lot of celebrations coming up, and we hope you will stick around. The best of you will. The rest of you, maybe not so much the best. And then we are going to come back and we're going to talk about the lesson of the day, your comments, announcements. We have some prayers we have to send out and the lesson of the day. But before we get to that, we have this glorious Christmas music by the one and only ForNull.
Hey! It's so white. Sleigh bells ring, are you listening? In the lane, snow is glistening, a beautiful sight. We're happy tonight. walking in a winter wonderland. Gone away is the bluebird, here to stay is a new bird. He sings a love song as we go along, walking in a winter wonderland. In a meadow we could build a snowman, then pretend that he's Parson Brown. He'll say, are you married? We'll say, no, man, but you can do the job when you're in town. Later on, we'll conspire, hey, as we dream by the fire, hope to face unafraid the plans that we've made, walking in a winter wonderland. Now, that's right, we're just walking in that winter wonderland. Oh, ha! Woo! Hey, baby, hippity-doo, ha! I see you are having some fun now. Come on. Woo! Hey, 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 hey. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Merry Christmas. In the meadow we can build a snowman and pretend that he's a circus clown. We'll have lots of fun with Mr. Snowman until the other kitties knock him down. When it snows, ain't it thrilling? Though your nose get you chillin'. Hey, we'll frolic and play the western kind way, walking in a winter wonderland. Walking in a winter wonderland. Walking in a winter wonderland. Now, so nice, so wintry and snowy, beautiful. Just feeling that white love. And my dog just brought the newspaper in. And my cat brought the mail in, and it's really just a wonderful time. Hey! Oh, yeah! Woo! Hey! Walking in a winter wonderland. Yeah. Hey. Woo. Merry Christmas, everyone. Especially white people.
Drowning in the argument, the anti-white says, what exactly is anti-white? You have got to be animated with the righteous passion of reclaiming our destiny. We are the heroes of this era.
Let's get into this celebration, ladies and gentlemen. Let me know that you can hear me okay. Swashbuckling celebration. It's time to roll. Let's give it up first for West and Franklin, by the spirit of the West and Franklin, for all they do, the modding, the time stamping, the running of the OT, the collecting of all of the victories. Big salutes to these heroes. They are absolutely magnificent. Let's give thanks to Sour Notes, Z Ivan, The Westman Robert, We Are Western Kind, Biospirit of the West, and Franklin for swashing on over there at Donald Trump Jr.'s stream, the way that we got the concepts here into the mouth of the President of the United States, the most popular and powerful man in the world right now. Big salutes to these heroes. Let's keep it going. Let's celebrate a big celebration, a big celebration. Lots of crowns and gems, ladies and gentlemen. Morten has translated Go Free into Norwegian. Olav assisted in proofreading. Let's celebrate out of your seats. Glorious Christmas trees, ladies and gentlemen. Christmas trees and snowmen and crowns and gems. The translation into Norwegian of Go Free is finished, and I will let you know when it is all available over there on Amazon. We are so very excited about that, man. Shows these guys, I tell you what, Morten has really just dug in, and he's taken it all. He's like, I'll do this, I'll do that. I couldn't believe it. Each time I was like, I'm thinking there's something I'm going to do next step, and then to help him. And then, no, he's done it. Somehow he's so big. I mean, that's just amazing. That is amazing, amazing. But we'll come back. We'll have another celebration when it actually is on the shelf on Amazon for all of our Norwegian brothers and sisters who do not speak English. Now will be the time. God bless these champions. Big, big salutes. Let's get into these images. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Zarathustra. They don't know why we celebrate, but that's because they can't hear the music. Here we have Anti-Vilification League, ladies and gentlemen, getting another like from Conor McGregor. This time, give it up for Anti-Vilification League. On this post, he actually tagged Conor McGregor here, as you can see. And McGregor gave him a like to his comment. Big salutes to Anti-Vilification League. They might be able to cut the tongue out of my mouth, but they're not going to be able to cut the tongues out of McGregor's mouth and Elon Musk's mouth and on and on. So big salutes. We got this coming up. We got this coming up. We got this coming up. Anglo-Saxon NWG, ladies and gentlemen, 6.3 thousand liberated with our concepts in the audience of Daniel Concannon. Give it up for Anglo-Saxon NWG. Here we have Anti-Vilification League, ladies and gentlemen, making a post. Anti-whiteism has been entrenched in Australia for over 50 years. You can read the rest there, but what I really want you to see is this. Look who gave it a like. Elon Musk. That is 3 weeks in a row, ladies and gentlemen. 3 weeks in a row, Elon Musk giving likes, and of course, also with Lazi, a retweet. 3 weeks in a row, people from this community, give it up for Anti-Vilification League and for Elon Musk. And last week, of course, was the great Biospirit of the West. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not just about the comments. It's about everything about these people's accounts that Elon can see and still decides to give a like, to give a retweet. Amazing, truly amazing. Give it up for the victories of this community in service to white well-being. Oh, we got this coming up. And we got this coming up. It keeps getting better and better. Ladies and gentlemen, take a look at Debatinator. The Debatinator here made this on Instagram about SpongeBob finding a house in an all-white neighborhood. The Debatinator writes here, no more white erasure. How many views do you think this got this week? 500,000. 500,000 people saw this post here on Instagram, saw no more white erasure. Give it up. Give it up. Out of your seats, ladies and gentlemen. 30,000 likes. 500,000 seeing the concepts and being liberated from anti-whiteism. Oh my freaking God. The debatinator deserves love. Let's keep it going. Hank Teach is here, strolling in. The anti-white ideology is like a way of blaming and taking advantage of gullible white people. They get sick thrill out of it. Give it up for the great Hank Teach. Rocking it from one classroom to the next in the real world, my brothers and sisters. Take a look at this. We've got this coming up. Ladies and gentlemen, James is about to send you on a roller coaster of love. Anti-whites interpret literally everything through the lens of the anti-white narrative. 130 likes. All of these are on Instagram. Get celebrating him. Don't stop. James again. 243 empowered. James again. 134 empowered. James again. Over here. Young men are fatigued by anti-whiteism as the anti-white state religion. Down here. The youth are just sick of anti-whiteism. 151 more empowered. James is absolutely on the board. He climbed to the top. James again. 438 more empowered. Over on Instagram with the white magic. James again. 619 more empowered. James again. 170 more empowered. I mean, good God. Knock out some 07s to this swashbuckling commander in the field. Kicking some serious anti-white ass. James again. 811 more liberated from anti-whiteism by this swashbuckling commander. James again. 156 more liberated from anti-whiteism. James again. 435 more empowered with the white magic of Go Free. James again. 228 more empowered. All on Instagram. James again. 226 more empowered. And as you can see, these are diverse accounts. This is a wide range of accounts. He's empowering people, promulgating the tools that liberate our people, that protect our white children from the brain poisoning that is anti-whiteism. Take a look at this video coming up. Here we have, give it up. This is the actual proof of the great Elon Musk giving a like to the biospirit of the West, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody on your feet. This is from last week. Everybody on your feet, and the truth and proof, the receipts based real skibbity for the great biospirit of the West, OG leader. How absolutely scintillating. What a leviathanic victory for white well-being. And here I am over here with my tweet about if people are the product of their environment, what is their environment a product of? And they seem to take their environment everywhere they go. 52,000 people saw this. Matt Walsh over here saying, and it's written on the screen, we're done with the anti-white propaganda. 322 people empowered. Give it up for Matt Walsh. Here is one of the Shade Tree Spaces. 167 people empowered. Celebrate the great Hans as Distilbert, ladies and gentlemen. Again, 192 on another day this week. Big celebration. Oh, quadruple 07s. And this is coming up. Holy moly. Biosphere of the West, ladies and gentlemen. 6,000 people empowered in the audience of 9mm SIG. Give it up for Biosphere of the West. Biosphere of the West again. 5.3 thousand empowered in the audience of Andrew Branca, our good friend, as you can see from those videos. Biosphere of the West again. 6,000 in the audience, empowered in the audience of Department of Homeland Security. This Biosphere of the West guy, kind of awesome. Here he is again. 5,400 plus empowered in the audience of Nick Shirley, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up, raucous emojis. Biosphere of the West again. 8,000 empowered in the audience of Will Tanner. Give it up for Biosphere of the West. There it is, ladies and gentlemen, the quote that we engendered. Let's keep this rolling. You'll blow this up later because it's worth the read. Anglo-Saxon NWG. Empowering hundreds and hundreds. Give it up for Anglo-Saxon. Anglo-Saxon again, hundreds and hundreds of more empowered. Give this a good read. Give it a screen capture. Read it later. It's worth the read. Anglo-Saxon. The Great Robert empowering 1,600 people in the audience of Matt Van Swole. Keep those raucous emojis going. The Tree Godfather. 4,300 empowered in the audience of Eric Doherty. And there's the ever-present James rocking it out. Give it up for Tree Godfather. Justin McDaniel, 2,000 liberated from anti-whiteism in the audience of Tucker Carlson. On the board, Justin McDaniel on the board. 1,329 people liberated from anti-whiteism in the audience of Patrick Casey. Tree Godfather, 3,000 plus liberated in the audience of Lily Gaddis. Raucous emojis for these swashbuckling champions. Nothing but salutes. Tree Godfather, 3,600 empowered in the audience of Somali American Public Affairs Committee. Good Lord. Tree Godfather, 2,700 empowered in the audience of the British Patriot. Justin McDaniel runs back onto the field. 2,269 empowered in the audience of Elon Musk. Biosphere of the West, 8,000 as the audience takes a break. Empowered in the audience of Will Tanner. Tree Godfather, 4,400 plus empowered in the audience of New York Post. Tree Godfather, 1,000 empowered in the audience of Brian Krasenstein. Biosphere of the West, 2,400 plus empowered in the audience of Will Tanner. Biosphere of the West, 3,800 manumitted from anti-whiteism in the audience of I Am Yes, You Are No. Cool Papa J Magic, 13,000 people empowered with our white magic in the audience of Nasreddin. Cool Papa J Magic, 5,600 empowered in Nasreddin's audience. Tree Godfather, 2,500 plus empowered in the audience of Tommy Robinson. Distilbert, over 1,000 liberated from anti-whiteism in the audience of Leonardo Joni. You can see the consequences of this work, ladies and gentlemen. It's amazing. Tree Godfather, 7,000 empowered with the white magic in the audience of Grimoldus. Tree Godfather. 1,200 empowered in the audience of Representative Andy Ogles. Tree Godfather. 27 freed from anti-whiteism in the audience of Tommy Robinson. Anglo-Saxon and WG. 1,400 set free in the audience of Daily Mail. White Country. Is this from the wild? 400 from the wild in the audience of Elon Musk. Elon Musk himself, give it up for Elon Musk himself, writing no more white guilt. 23 million people. Big time on your feet. Get this man some Christmas trees. 23 million people. The most powerful words on planet Earth today. No white guilt. Elon Musk again. No more anti-white propaganda. 6.2 million more people empowered. Another from the wild, Red Baron. Take a look, sharing our memes. Almost 1,000 in the audience of Elon Musk. Anti-Vilification League, 2,700 people empowered in the audience of Railfan. Give it up for Anti-Vilification League. Give it up for everybody getting on the board this week. A masterful job. Tree Godfather, 3,400 plus empowered in the audience of Dustin Grange. Tree Godfather, 1,127 liberated in the audience of Representative Andy Ogles. Another from the wild, ladies and gentlemen, Arch American uses anti-whiteism. We either address anti-whiteism or become an oppressed and destroyed people. Hundreds empowered in the audience of Elon Musk. Give it up for those wild finds. The great biospirit of the West, ladies and gentlemen. 3,300 empowered. Look at these beautiful. We have the best memes ever. 3,300 empowered in the audience of our friend I Am Yes. Tree Godfather, 1,700 empowered in the audience of Homeland Security. Another from the wild, I Verse the Collective, sharing our meme, ladies and gentlemen. I love it. Directing people back to the source. Almost 1,000 empowered with the white magic of Go Free in the audience of Naomi Zebit. Crazy, is that Felix? Flicks, Crazy Flicks. 4,000, this is from the wild. 4,637 people from an account in the wild, empowered in the audience of Mario Nawful. Wow. Tree Godfather, 1,700 people liberated from anti-whiteism in the audience of Elon Musk. Biospirit of the West, 2,800. Look at this beautiful. I love this baby. 2,800 people gifted the white magic in the audience of Elon Musk. Tree Godfather, 5,700 gifted the white magic in the audience of Tommy Robinson. Tree Godfather, 1,800 plus gifted the white magic in the audience of Elon Musk. Biospirit of the West, 3,281 empowered in the audience of Andrew Cooper Ryder. Biospirit of the West, 1,377 liberated in the audience of Libs of TikTok. Biospirit of the West, 1,500 plus liberated in the audience of Andrew Cooper Ryder. Chase Braun, another from the wild. Hundreds liberated. In the audience of Liz Churchill. That is so exciting. Give it up for these accounts. Biospirit of the West. 5,481 empowered. In the audience of Nick Shirley. Tree Godfather. 6,600 empowered. In the audience of Rebecca, Mr. Egren. Andrew Branca, Andrew, our brother. Retweeting the great Biospirit of the West. Give it up for Andrew. 2,800 plus empowered by his tweet, ladies and gentlemen. Justin McDaniel still in the fight to be on the board. 2,000 plus empowered. In the audience of Elon Musk. And Thea from the wild. 2,400 plus empowered. In the audience of Elon Musk. And Thea liberating 2,700 in the audience of I Am Yes. We got James always showing up here. Andrew Branca, here he is, ladies and gentlemen, retweeting Elon Musk and using white erasure. 2,000 plus empowered by Andrew. Give it up for Andrew. We got a lot more to celebrate of this guy. Dallas Malloy in on the board this week. The board lights up. 1,623. Gifted the white magic in the audience of Andrew Cooper Ryder. Cool Bubba J Magic the Hero. 4,600 plus. Gifted the white magic in the audience of Carl Benjamin. Way of the World's tweet, ladies and gentlemen, using anti-whiteism beautifully. 56,000 empowered by Way of the World. Give the man some love. Show him some love. Way of the World. What a week. Anglo-Saxon NWG. 3,500 liberated from anti-whiteism in the audience of Daniel Concannon. Dio, another account from the wild using anti-white narrative. Hundreds liberated in the audience of Pan-European Movement. Anglo-Saxon NWG. 6,500 people gifted the white magic in Daniel Concannon's audience. Arch American, another one from the wild. Hundreds empowered using anti-whiteism in the audience of Elon Musk. This is how Elon's getting the word, folks. The blue flame. He threw out his cable, has climbed up onto the message board, liberating 4,500 plus from anti-whiteism in the audience of Concerned Citizen. Tree Godfather, 3,800 more empowered in the audience of Tom Hennessy. Justin McDaniel, 5,500 more empowered in the audience of Libs of TikTok. Dundee Westman giving out the white magic this week to 1,631 in the audience of Elon Musk. Biospirit of the West. 1,800 receiving the white magic from Biospirit of the West in the audience of Michael O'Keefe. We are everywhere. 4,300 liberated. There's the stop of anti-whiteism. 4,300 liberated by Biospirit of the West this week in the audience of I Am Yes. Dundee Westman. 3,600 rescued in the audience of Taya. Jack Posobiec. Ladies and gentlemen, using one of our arguments, America did not exist until the Europeans, the Westmen, came here. 65.2 thousand people hearing that dialectic. Give it up. Another from the wild, downhill fast. 5,000 people gifted the white magic by way of this tweet from the wild in the audience of Mario Nawful. My tweet that we were talking about earlier, 2,288 empowered with the white magic of Go Free. Anti-Vilification League, 3,600. Strengthened with the white magic in the audience of Drew Pavlu. The Blue Flame, 1,739 people. Strengthened with the white magic in the audience of Into the Memory Hole. Cool Papa J Magic, empowering 1,625 souls in the audience of Defiant Elves. Anglo-Saxon NWG doing the same for 1,184 people in the audience of Fenrir the Ice Wolf. Anglo-Saxon NWG, 4,331 empowered in the audience of Dane. Biospirit of the West, 3,600 more people. This man wasn't done. More people empowered in the audience of Tom Hennessy. Stoppa Antivitism, ladies and gentlemen, getting on the board this week on X. 2,243 people gifted the white magic in the audience of Freya Titter. And get ready, because now we have a couple videos.
I don't know how to say her name. Halle Bailey has been casted as and announced as Ariel in the upcoming live-action Little Mermaid movie, and people are absolutely livid about it. They are not being normal, but when are they normal, really? But they are extra insane about it, including Matt Walsh.
All right, Max Winter says, a black actor playing the Little Mermaid really is a case of white.
White what? White what is Matt Walsh about to say? Compelling as a consequence. Hassan Piker to repeat it?
Erasure, all forms of art. All right, Max Winter says, a black actor playing the Little Mermaid really is a case of white erasure. All forms of art, including fairy tales, are meant.
White erasure, because they made a movie where,
yes,
Ariel is black now.
Let's keep it rolling, ladies and gentlemen. On over to Base Champ and Malcolm.
Predecessor, Ali's teachings reference Jacobites as a figure named Yaqub, a West African Moor who allegedly founded ancient civilizations with large-headed scientific geniuses, evidenced by Mesoamerican Olmec heads. Fard, possibly with an MST member of Chicago, adapted this into a more militant, anti-white narrative, shifting Yaqub from hero to villain.
We are making it into every conversation imaginable. Give it up. More celebration. Now we get to hear from Leonardo Joni.
Tweeting about this, whether you think he's being genuine or not. He wasn't tweeting about this a year ago. He wasn't tweeting specifically about white erasure and white.
Oh my God, on your feet, ladies and gentlemen. Another massive victory. And now you really got to get ready, because we have an Andrew Branca ×4 along with the Tree Godfather.
Godfather, member for 8 months, says we need white people. It's funny. So if you don't know, because he's super chatting or member chatting, whatever you want to call it, the filter that YouTube puts on these chats is unbelievable. I'm sure if he tried to spell white people the correct way, the filter would block him. That's why it's written this way. It's not to be funny. It's to work around that ridiculous YouTube algorithm. We need white people, not paper Swedes from Africa. It's funny how YouTube makes you right, isn't it? I encounter this all the time because I super chat my friends' shows, and I have to go through the same torturous wording. No more white erasure, no more systemic anti-whiteism, no more censorship either. This is ridiculous. Yeah, I certainly agree with that.
Oh my God, big celebration for both of those heroes. Let's keep it going.
I saw a reference, I think, from the Tree Godfather earlier about in-group preference. We're brainwashed as white people not to have an in-group preference. We're the only racial demographic on the planet that has been brainwashed into denying that in-group preference is something we have or that it's a good thing. In-group preference simply means you favor people like you. This is a intrinsic and unavoidable characteristic of being a human being. And it's required by evolutionary biology. That you treat people within your group more favorably than you treat outsiders or aliens to your group, in-group preference. If you did not do that, not doing that would literally be immoral behavior. Morality, properly understood, is not personal preference. It's like, that's icky, I don't like that. That's not what morality means in any useful sense. Morality, moral conduct, is conduct that's favorable to the perpetuation of yourself, your family, your community, your tribe, your nation. Yes. And immoral behavior is conduct that's detrimental to the propagation of yourself, your family, your community, your tribe, your nation. That's why, drug use that's damaging is bad, is immoral, because it's detrimental to that mission. Alcoholism, sloth, these things are immoral because they're detrimental to the mission of protecting and propagating yourself, your family, your community, your tribe, your nation. If morality doesn't have a biological anchor like that, if it's just personal preference, then it's meaningless, because there's 8 billion people on the world and everybody has their own personal preferences.
This is the exact argument right out of my mouth.
So on this show, morality has that biological anchor. So in-group preference is required as moral conduct. I just look at breeding by itself, right? If every human was equally willing to breed with every other human, regardless of their demographic, your genes, your family, your community, your tribe, your nation, those are just dispersed and dissolved amongst the other 8 billion people. You wouldn't have Italians and Germans and Americans. But we do. We do. And you wouldn't have first world nations. Everything would just be diluted down to the least common denominator. I don't think any of us want that. So it's not only is it essential just for cultural survival to have in-group preference, everybody does for that reason. Somalians prefer Somalians. Haitians prefer Haitians. It's only white people who are told you're not supposed to prefer white people because there's supposed to be something intrinsically evil or corrupt about us. We're the original sin. Everybody else, Indians prefer Indians. They're almost psychotic about it.
Loving this
but
guy.
Only white people are not supposed to have an in-group preference. I think that's changing. I think that's changing.
Because of
I think
us.
the era
because of you,
white shame, I think that propaganda lever, I think they pulled it too hard. I think they broke it. I don't think it works anymore. Increasingly, on more and more white Americans, you cannot influence their behavior anymore by simply calling them racist or suggesting to them there's something inherently wrong with being white. It just doesn't work. People don't care anymore. They've had it. I think. It feels like I'm seeing more of that.
And you all are making it happen. Give it up for Andrew Bronga. Let's keep it going.
And a couple of paying super chats. The Tree Godfather, he's a good follow on X, by the way. Check him out. I object. They aren't Native Americans. They're Siberian migrant hunter-gatherers. Native Americans are the white people who created the U.S. And by the way, I think that's completely fair. So we lose clarity with a lot of this propagandistic terminology. What we call the Native Americans.
Both of these champions.
There was no America. They didn't create.
Tell me if you haven't heard this argument before.
America. There was no America until Europeans arrived. There was no America until our Revolutionary War, until white men, exclusively white men, wrote the U.S. Constitution, ratified it, created we the people, the United States of America. What we call the Native Americans had nothing to do with that, and certainly didn't create it. It wasn't present here. Like everything of value and good in the world. I mean, maybe there's a counter argument to this, but it seems to me that everything of value and good in the world that increases people's quality of life and liberty, it's all been created by white people. All of it. All of it. What's the exception? I don't know. I mean, you might say, well, Asian countries, they're first world too. They're high IQ, but personal liberty, is that a value of China? Is it? The kind of freedoms our founders built into the Bill of Rights? Those are things that would be recognized as important values in China or even in Japan?
Nope.
And again, I love Japan, but it's not America, right? And of course, the values our founders built into our Constitution, they were born of that Western, that European cultural history that derives from the Greeks and the Romans, those fundamental principles, evolved over centuries into the near perfect form captured in our U.S. Constitution. The Native Americans didn't have that. In fact, they were really a vicious Neolithic people. Like, that doesn't make them unusual human beings. That's kind of the natural state of humanity when you don't have first world civilization to constrain it. But they certainly were not Americans, right? There was no America until we created it.
Now we're going to jump over to Dapper Dev. Watch this
video, and we definitely need to cover this. Before I get into this video, I want to be very clear with you guys. If you do not like what I have to say, if you don't agree with what I have to say, I do not want you here. If you are a leftist or a socialist or a wokester of any kind, unsubscribe. Do not watch my videos. Do not comment on my videos. I do not want to associate with you people, because all of those roads lead to this. All wokeism, all leftism, it all leads to anti-whiteism. Every single bit of it. So we're going to get into this video, and I want to show you guys why you need to wake up. No more being nice. No more being silent and turning the other cheek when you have clowns like this pushing content that's becoming very popular, might I add, and you guys just be quiet.
All those roads lead to anti-whiteism. Give it up for this champion here, Dapper Dev. And one more from Andrew.
Musk commented on this. Back to equality under the law. We're going to see quite a bit of Elon Musk when we get to the bonus show, the member show, because Elon's had a lot to say lately about migration, about white erasure from first world countries.
Yes.
About existential threats to first world civilization because of mass migration being used as a political and genocidal weapon. And of course, he had something. We'll cover all of that in the.
All of these champions, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll be right back. Oh my Lord! Keep the celebration going. They're still celebrating in the crowd. Keep the celebration going. We're gonna head over here to Entropy, and we're gonna see what we have here. Give it up on this Christmas December for Dude Bro Moment Financially Gifting. $50. $50 are on the table. He came in with a $50 bill. A Dude Bro Moment on the Dude Bro Moment platform. God bless you, good sir. We'll keep it going for Stumbling. The great Stumbling has shown up with $25. 25 white well-being dollars. For white well-being, says Dude Bro Moment. And Stumbling has a little bit of a longer comment. We'll get back to that in just a moment. Flame of the West. 25 more dollars, ladies and gentlemen. On your feet for these heroes. 007's Flame of the West. $25. And he writes, for white well-being. Actually, make it $30. Make it $35 for Flame of the West. $35 from Flame of the West for white well-being. He says a couple other comments here, and we'll get back to them as well. Big salutes to Flame of the West. God bless you for that. Let me see if we have anything over here. And we will refresh while we automatically scroll. All right, don't think I missed. Nope, didn't miss any financial gifts over here. Let's switch. Nothing on Subscribe Star missed. And we have $20. $20 bill from the one and only, ladies and gentlemen, First Last. Show him some love. He says, I want to be celebrated. You are celebrated. 007s to this champion. 007s. Tidal Wave is coming in with a $20 bill as well. Give it up for Tidal Wave. Big salutes, he says. Get them big, dog. Amen to that. Big salutes to you. Thank you for the $20 bill. $50 bill. Corey. Corey just walked in the house with a $50 bill. Show the man some love. He says, thanks again, 07. Big 07 to you with that grant. $50 from Corey. God bless you, man. And we have Starlet, $30 financial gift over here. Big time, $30. Big salutes to Starlet. Big salutes, 007, she says, for your audacity and tenacity. God bless you for that. Thank you so much, sister. All right, everybody else's financial gifts I will get to in a moment. We're going to jump into the mailbag. Thaumatological mailbag this week has some Christmas blessings coming in here. Christmas blessings. Keep the raucous emojis going for this hero. Look at the beautiful Christmas card. Look at that. Celebrate this gentleman. I know your name. We will call you G. Give it up for G. I don't know what I'm allowed to say. Jason, thank you for your battle. Stay strong and sure. We all are so proud of you. Merry Christmas. We love you, man. Much love back to you, brother. Not going to say your name. I don't even know if you want me to say your first name. $100 from this hero. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for this champion. $100 for White Wellbeing with this beautiful Christmas card. Give it up for G. For G. Let him know that you love him. And we have here another beautiful card here. Let's have a look at the Happy Santa Claus. It's going to be, we'll have to show him down here. Look at the Happy Santa Claus. $25 for White Wellbeing. $25. We got 100 from G. We got Christmas card from George and Gina. These wonderful people. I love them. 25 White Wellbeing dollars. Big salutes. In a world of ordinary people, you are someone amazing and wonderful. Amazing for everything you do. Wonderful for everything you are. Merry Christmas to you and your family. Jason, we love Sundays and Wednesdays listening and learning from you. George and Gina, we love you from the once great state of Virginia. God bless you two so very much. And we have here I love these cards. Take a look at this one. I don't know if I'll be able to. Yeah, I can show it. Merry Christmas. It's so beautiful. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Randy. Wishing you the spirit of Christmas, which is joy, the hope of Christmas, which is peace, the heart of Christmas, which is love. Randy, financially gifting $40. $40. God bless you, Randy. Ever faithful, always there. What a champ. The great Randy. And ladies and gentlemen, get ready for this one. Take a look at this gorgeous card. My Lord. Look at that. Beautiful. Jason, enclosed is the Award of Excellence for 2025 for No White Guilt and the amazing work you are doing to end the victimization of Western kind from all of us at the Foundation for White Wellbeing. Merry Christmas, ladies and gentlemen. Biospirit of the West, $500 award. Let's everybody on your feet. Quadruple 07s, raucous emojis, crowns and gems. An award from the Foundation for White Wellbeing, the Award of Excellence. Big salutes. Thank you so very much. Biospirit of the West and the Foundation for whitewellbeing.org. I love our Christmas cards. What an amazing mailbag, thaumatological mailbag this week. God, thank you. Thank you, every single one of you. God bless you all. Merry Christmas. Good Yule. We're making a difference in the world. We got the focus in the right place. We're having the victories. It doesn't get better than this, does it? Let's work our way back. We have the great Stumbling who wrote this on entropy. He says, number one, truth is a measure of efficiency, not power. Truth will aid us, but cannot guarantee victory. Number two, solving anti-whiteism in the West solves every non-white problem. Once we expel anti-whiteism, the only place anti-whites can harm us is on the battlefield. That's brilliant. Number three, salutes to those finding and documenting our many victories. So true. I second and third that. Very well stated. The great Stumbling. We have Flame of the Rest. Flame of the West writes awesome work by the swashing generals. So true, brother. He also writes this, and thank you for very pristine of Stumbling as well. Flame of the West also writes, white guilt is a temporary aberration in our people's history. Thank you, Jason, for your persistence and for celebrating the generals. So pristine of you. Big salutes to Flame of the West. God bless you, and thank you for that, brother. We also have the great Gene over here. $3 gift. God bless you, and thank you for that. Says, short on money this month, but still standing for white well-being. Brother, every dollar is a million to me in your commitment to white well-being. That means everything. God bless you, and thank you so very much. All of this over here on Entropy, the Dude Bro Moment platform, where you can also tag me in the Tall Kevin widget. Up and running. Thank you for that. Let me swivel back around this way. We have Is the Unifier in with a $5 bill, weekly folk tithe, and Merry Christmas. A big Merry Christmas to you. Yes, thank you for that so very much. And I think that is all for now. Unless I've missed something, let me know. Tag me as No White Guilt, and I will make sure that we will get to your comments. We had so many videos to join to the others that I have to prepare last night and today on the studio to put together these great gatherings for you all so that they run as seamlessly as I can make them. And we had so many that they didn't all fit. I had to bring them in as we were actually rolling as well. That is a great problem to have. So we have our lesson of the day yet to come, all of your comments and questions. And I really think our lesson of the day largely taken up by the conversation with Wesley. Because doesn't that tell you so much of what you need to know? I mean, if you have the IQ to really analyze and take it apart, you see the power of the Go Free dialogic at work there, and therefore at work everywhere. And you see the importance by way of the stories that we are covering the little white girl in Australia, and the conversation with her mother, how she hates being white. She doesn't want to be white. She's ready to have an entire life of making amends for being white by capitulating to non-white people and norms and waging war on the white race. That finding its culmination in physical violence and scissors to the face and head and potential blinding of an autistic white teen called a white bitch over here in the United States. A great example of how moral positioning and opinion, and not as an optical illusion, which these people talk about in the anti-non-white sphere, but as who we really are. That's who and what we really are. You can see opinions can bring governments down, brings the whole government down. That is the trumpet bringing down the walls of the adversary, ladies and gentlemen, if you didn't understand it. All the way to Grok defining no white guilt and what it is and what we do here, and Biospirit of the West presently sitting beside an academic that says 100% endorse what Grok is saying about no white guilt and how it operates in the world and what it does and what it endeavors to do by way of these means. And so you can see it to this academic dissection and analyzing of what we do, to an actual conversation with somebody who maybe you would call a black nationalist, certainly very proud about being black and at odds with some of the history today, perhaps Columbus holocausting black people, for example, coming in aggressively on the channel, but ending up agreeing with us that everybody should be proud of who they are and cool. If you're not against non-white people, you're for, as I said, we're for white well-being with no desire to harm non-white people. And the guy's like, okay, I'm good with that. If we can find common ground from, or at least some sort of détente, some sort of peace with Wesley, you're going to be able to do it with your family. You're going to be able to do it with your coworkers. You're going to be able to do it with the parents at the Cub Scout or Boy Scout meetup. It's all laid out for you here. The need, what's the problem, the understanding of that problem, the consequences, and the remedy. What more? What more? So God bless everybody involved. Big salutes. My God. What power wielded by this. Clearly God is with us. Clearly the good Lord is with us. The good Lord is speaking to our champions, because there's no way. I mean, we have the intelligence and we're implementing the intelligence, but the white man's intelligence, creativity, industry, and tenacity, we're sticking with it. We're making it happen. And here we have this humble group. I mean, in a way, we can say, hey, if the group is going to be whatever the size group it is, it just means that more credit goes to each of us. It can't be spread out over millions or whatever. It can't be focused on one person. It goes to this group of people who are here. That's where the credit goes. So God bless every single one of you. We have our announcement, a couple of announcements to get to in just a moment. Your comments, remember to tag me as No White Guilt on any of these platforms. Jules ZIC, hello, good to see you. Ivan is in the live chat. Dan is here, good to see you. Novi Hora is here, good to see you. Stapa Antivirusum is in the house. Good to see you, brother. Thank you all. Big salutes to every single person celebrating. I love it. I love it. That's what we do. We celebrate each other for victories in service of our objective. We're going to be the people. We are the people who are protecting white children from anti-whiteism. Remember to tag me as @ No White Guilt with no spaces. That seems to be the only way that works now. Novi Horus is Jason. This new lexicon, which you developed, is sweeping the planet Earth and is freeing so many hearts, minds, and souls of our people. Thank you, and may God bless you. May God bless you, brother. Thank you so very much for that wonderful appreciation and testimonial. I tell you what, some days that's why we gotta laud each other. Some days, with the way things have been, we've really got to make sure that each of us, we know how important we are to this mission. So Novi, man, God bless you. Thank you. Samuski is in the house. To love your people is the highest moral good for white well-being. Amen to you, good sir. And great to see you. Eva is here. All right. I'll keep an eye open for any more financial gifts and your tags as well. Look at this wonderful Christmas card collection. I love it. And I don't know if you can see, I've got my father's cross that he made me propped up over there. Can't really see it now with the cards in the way, but it was there. No visible fasteners. The man is a magician. All right, I think we're still good. All right, over here on D Live, we have Steven Seagull has donated 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, gifting 5 stars, little stars of cryptocurrency. 5 little stars. Thank you so much. Isn't that a song? Little star something. 5 little stars. Yep, that's what they're called, of cryptocurrency. God bless you and thank you for that. Steven Seagull. And we just got a follow from Arbor. Thank you so much over there on D Live. Premium Rumble. We got happy birthdays going out. Oh, Tits is saying that it is his birthday. Keep it clean over there. Happy birthday. Looking for tags? Spartan says, make white babies. The process is wonderful. Well, it depends, I guess, on. It's wonderful with me. All right, what else do we have here? Looking for tags. If you tag me over there, I'm not seeing it, and you got something you want me to see, tag me again. The monitors and the documents are all working overtime in their conspiracy against my vision. I'm going to end up with a CNI dog. I will choose a Rottweiler. No, actually, I think 2 Dobermans will be my seeing eye dogs. Wouldn't that be badass? All right. Did not miss any comments. Let's with some announcements. Let's do some announcements. Got to ask you to pray and send a lot of positive energy to Mrs. Jess Horst. You know, she went through the cancer treatments. She had some bad cancer, and she went through the cancer treatments, and she got to feeling better, recovering from the cancer treatments, but she's taken a downturn and she needs some good love. She needs some prayers and some positive energy. Please send her direction on this night. This is the worst time of year to be really wrecked by anything. But please get those over to the great Miss Jess Horse. She's struggling right now. Also get some prayers together and some positive energy for the tree godfather. And because he's having a little bit of an issue, he says it's no thing and he'll muscle through it. And I'm sure he will. But a little bit of love and positive energy and prayers directed in his direction can only boost the sails with which he traverses life. God bless him. Also, give a little prayer and a little bit of positive energy, not as serious, certainly, as the first two, but to the great Thunder Down Under, Lockie Lunder. He had an accident this past week, and he's recovering. It's an accident of some sort, and he's recovering. I think he fought off some ninjas. But a little bit of prayers and some positive energy to one of our Australian brothers will be most appreciated as well. God bless them all. Speedy recovery to everyone. And let's get Mrs. Jess Horst up, back, and feeling $100 in time for Christmas. All right. Thank you all for that. Lesson of the day. What is white ill being? Now, this is just the kind of an extra bit of lesson, because really the main lesson was this conversation we had with Wesley. Now, make no mistake, as we mentioned, you'll come across anti-whites that, when I say something like, hey, you have to look someplace else for those folks, anti-non-white people, because we serve white well-being. That's what we do here. And the anti-white is going to be so radical, so hateful, that they're going to say, well, that's the problem. White people should be dead. Okay. There are going to be very few people like that you actually meet. I mean, think about the kind of person that would have to come in much more agitated and angry and hateful and odious than Wesley. That kind of person is the only kind of person that would say, yeah, well, your well-being is wrong. You shouldn't have well-being. Well, that's a very rare kind of a person. There are too few of them to matter, so you just thank them and move on. What are they after? What is such a person after? Well, they're not after, as Wesley mentions here, that he says he doesn't hate white people, he responded to me. I hate bigoted assholes trying to put a overgeneralized target on my back. Well, the kind of white person or anti-white person who would show up that would hear about white well-being and recoil want white ill-being. Now, we don't use this concept very often, but it's a powerful concept. And you can find it at page 204 of second edition iteration 2, a colloquial term used occasionally to mean the opposite of white well-being. So it's a concept that we can use in our conversation with people. And again, it's very important to understand when it comes to all of the dialogic. You can throttle it up, you can throttle it down. If you're talking to Aunt Jane and it's like a little bit of not hostile, but you definitely sense that she has an anti-white predilection or proclivity, to be more accurate there, you can say, that sounds like white ill-being. It sounds like the outcome you want is white ill-being. Do you really want white ill-being? And 99.9 with many nines % of the time, when you're having a conversation with a person, they're going to say, no, I don't want to hurt white people. You might end up in a situation where they they kind of hem and haw. They try to walk the fence. And they're like, I don't want to hurt white people. But now if you get into a situation like that, you're winning. Keep pointing out how this act or that thought or this deed is harmful to white people. These are the consequences for it. This is white ill-being, because that's going to sit with them. Now, very often with somebody like that, you're not going to finish the conversation with them saying, well, you know what? That's true. No, you're going to have to leave them with those concepts and those thoughts to ruminate, so that they'll be by themselves and they'll hear themselves make arguments. They'll hear others make arguments in favor or of anti-whiteism or within the anti-white narrative. And then they'll be confronted. This does seem like white ill-being. This does seem like it's just to hurt white people. And they will be changing their own minds as a consequence. Remember, it is the multifarious conversations that take place in the dynamism of society, in every living room and dining room and kitchen, that changes the world. You saw that, and you're seeing that repeatedly in Bulgaria. Changes the world. You get a white race, and it would only have to be a modest percentage of the white race that begins articulating these concepts and seeing themselves as a result as a singular people and their well-being by way of that people's well-being. And the influence on Western civilization will be like this. And I guarantee you, that influence will be exerted magically happening in the background. And there'll be other things happening in the foreground that the laity, the midwits, the midwittery of the world, of the West, will look on and say, no, it's not that lexicon. It's that political party. It's that political march. It's this new socio-political figure, because that's all that they're able to comprehend. But make no mistake, none of this other stuff is effective without the magic of the dialogic operating in the background. All of these conversations, private, familial, conversations with strangers and otherwise, that will enable everything else to take place. So if you haven't used white ill-being before, try it out. It's a powerful tool. I've used it a lot over the years, especially when it has come to persuading people who I'm able to have like one-on-one conversations with. Once they understand a concept that encapsulates the victimization of white people, that you can then lay that concept on them, on a thought, on a collection of ideas, on a decisions by a national or international company, that makes them nervous about pursuing and staying the course that anti-whiteism has prescribed for them and constrained to keep them within. Tagman's No White Guilt. If you have any thoughts or questions, what an enormously successful week for us. I can get really, irritated when I see white children being harmed like this. Deep psychological wounds. I can get really irritated and impatient. And that's healthy. If you feel the same irritation and impatience, then know that you're healthy. That's a normal response. When you look around at the people that should be standing with us, that should be able to observe success and adopt success, submit to success, and are not, you should be impatient with them. Maybe not as impatient as me, since I've been at this for so long, but you should feel that impatience. Because if you are aware, which the people in this community are, of the continuing harm of every moment of our white children, then you know how important it is to get started and get active and change the world right now. Know that by the time you got to the little girl, Evie, sitting in her child seat, there wasn't so long ago that you weren't alive that little girl was being abused with anti-whiteism. This year, last year, were you around? Were you alive? Were you an activist for white well-being? While we have been busy, while the clowns out there, the cucks have been abstractionizing and the schmucks have been blaming everything on non-whites, little Evie was being bludgeoned into a bloody mess with anti-whiteism. And that's what she's left with. So you know the same thing is happening even as you hear my voice. That I lose it over. I can't focus. I can't stay. I only need small doses of thinking about it to power me on again and again, time and again. I only need tiny doses. If thinking about white children and their victimization doesn't do anything for you, get a therapist. Realize that you've been so brainwashed, so brain poisoned by anti-whiteism that you are completely indifferent. I would go to the desert for 40 days and 40 nights. If I realized that, oh my God, I don't care about white people at all, I would know something. I'm possessed by demons or something if I don't care at all. This is crazy. Absolutely crazy. All right. Let me take a look over here. You know what I should have sang? I don't think I could sing now. My voice is fried. I should have sang. What was that? Joyless Reed. Her nickname is, her street name is Killjoy. Jingle Bells. She said we shouldn't sing Jingle Bells because it's racist, because a Southerner wrote it. I think for that reason we have to sing it. All right, looking for your tags to see if there are any. Who sent me? He's got several names, so I don't want to. It was, let's see. Darn it. Which name? Was it you, Hoyt, that was talking about Jingle Bells? Let's see. I got to remember exactly how it goes. Got a bunch of hearts over here from Western Kind 007. Should we do it for Joyless Reed? Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. dashing through the snow in a one-horse open sleigh. O'er the fields we go, laughing all the way. Bells and bobtails ring, making our spirits bright. What fun it is to ride and sing a sleighing song tonight. That's for you, Killjoy. I'm going to sing. I'm going to find it to play, too. That's the version I'm remembering is by Oh Blue Eyes. All right. That was just for Killjoy telling me my song. I love it that much more. I'm going to sing it that much louder. Cool Papa J Magic says, Chattistan posting about the jingle. Chattistan posting about the jingle bells from Joyless Joy Reed, Killjoy, as she's known in the ghetto. Thank you for correcting me, brother. Problematic Biospirit is here. Masumik is here. Ay says it's the love for animals and distractions away from white well-being for the general populace that makes me conscious of the morality we need to recreate in the West. And we are at it working. Amen to that. So true. Jingle bells, jingle bells. That's how he does it. Frank Sinatra. Jingle all the way, Joy Reid, not allowed in the sleigh. As we jingle all the way, jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. We need to go by her house in a one-horse open sleigh and sing this at full volume. All right. Well, wouldn't you know? Oh, you listen, enjoy? All right. If you can't hear me, all right, let me know. Little bit of a middle finger to Joy Reid, her anti-white ass. Don't forget, every single day at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time is the Shade Tree here on X. You can head on over there and become a part of that magnificent work. There's so much to learn. The great Hans shared some magnificently insightful history and thoughts on Karl von Clausewitz's magnum opus on war day before yesterday. And you can learn that. You can learn from there. And all of the insights, everything is looked at through a white positive lens, and they share white heroes throughout history. At the beginning of the Shade Trees, which is a marvelous thing to do, a glorious thing. You can listen to it live. You can listen to it in replay. And I was there like 3 or 4 times this past week. So if you have questions for me, or you want to hear me do a little bit more ranting, sometimes in a little bit more of a colloquial fashion, you can find it over there. Of course, we'll be back on Wednesday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. He said, Novi Horror says it's bells on bobtails. I think I slipped over my own lips and tongue when I was, yes, bells on the bobtails. The horses, yes. And he says here, I didn't know this, they pull the tail up to not get in the way and or collect dirt, snow, etc. Dustin is here. Good to see you. Ayayay says, are you suggesting we all go Christmas caroling? The top 50 white well-being songs. That would work. Outside of Joy Reid's house. Then we can head on over to Tim Walls and shout at him that he's retired. Because he's clearly retired. Well, it's a beautiful Christmas and Yule season as we bring it together here at the end of this absolutely wonderful Go Free gathering with so many victories this week. We're going to launch into next week, moving from right as we finish up here, achieving more magnificent victories. And who knows? I mean, we've had 3 weeks of Elon Musk. Maybe we'll make it a 4th week of Elon Musk. Who knows? Maybe before we know it, Elon will start using more of the vocabulary right out of the Go Free dialogic. I mean, his own AI finds it to be immensely interesting and valuable and intelligent. So maybe it will get into his ear and he'll end up tweeting some comments about white well-being and arresting anti-whiteism, especially when it comes to white children. It's really his duty in that position with that wealth to do the right thing. So let's hope he does. The only way we're ever going to end up with glorious, honorable, moral, wealthy white people to stand up for us as a people is for us in the body of this people to give birth to Western kind. We can't be ethnicities as the source of our recovery. Our ethnicities will be magnified, will be unearthed when we recapture our destiny. But standing on ethnicity, ethno-nationalism, and this sort of thing has been undermined and will continue to be undermined by anti-whiteism. We simply can't go back to everything that's lost and failed. We have to move forward with a science-backed dialogic that is working to recapture our destiny. You all see that here. And that's why we are going to be the ones that win. Maybe we don't have a time today, but what are your thoughts on the Palantir CEO? I don't know enough about him and what's going on right now with his comments. Can you DM me some information? And maybe we'll cover that on Wednesday. We'll take a look at him and the work he's doing. This is a magical time of year. And magic, there is real magic. It doesn't come with a dream catcher or incense burning in the background. And I don't have to have like daisies tied around my forehead. All of that is the stuff of charlatans. There's real magic. And if you want to see it, it's in the birth of every white son and daughter of the West. That's the moment when we are connected all around planet Earth. That's the moment when we are at our most pure of who and what we are, the way the good Lord intended us. Seek to that liminal space. Put your attention there. You'll find the magic we need. You'll hear the Spirit of the West speak to you, and you'll gain power that you never thought possible. It's all there for the taking, if only we are moral and righteous and noble and honorable enough. The battlefield is clear. The tools for victory are in our hands. It's time to wield them. Merry Christmas. Good Yule. And let's go free.